Okay, let's see. One, two, three, four. I'm dreaming. Okay, where am I at? One, two, live, boom, boom, boom. Oh, dang it. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Our channel members, bam. Refresh, open, bam, bam, bam. Uh oh, uh oh. Did I break something? La 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 la. La 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 la. Uh oh, I definitely broke something. Uh, bam. Function. Why doesn't that work? Oh, there we go. All right, let's see. Cool. Oh, still making noise. I spent a day in Jamaica learning some. The truth about any deals. Trump says final. 0.9. Oh, forgot to do this too. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Trump, Hunt. Stop using Windows 11. Dirty Diamonds. The child miners of Sierra Leone. What's up, Drong, brother? Dun, 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 dun. How are you? Travel to Afghan radicalism, Democrats, British leftists, Madagascar, facts. Okay, let's see. It's freaking hot here today. It's like it got to like 92 degrees. Still kind of hot. Let's see. Current temperature. It's still
It's
85
degrees in Sharpsburg right now.
Jeez, boy. It's hot. For manufacturing, buying your pube. Jordan Peterson, Singapore's maximum prison. People versus nature. How toxic century-old oil wells. Wow. What's up, Shiraj? I'm good. What's that? Chief of Georgia. I'm good. I've been doing some research and Snapdrop and transfer files we found. Yeah. So you should also, I mean, if you plug in a USB cord to your phone and to your computer, you should be able to access the files directly, like just dragging and dropping on the desktop. If you have an Android, at least. I don't know if Apple works the same way or not. What's up, Dino? Yeah, brother. Dino. Or Dino Rito. All right, let's see. I test the world's deadliest ancient weapons. Cooking unwashed beef soup. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. What am I watching? Indeed. Yeah. Yes. Boom, boom, and you should have. I mean, unless something's changed in the past couple years, yeah, you should be able to directly access it like a USB drive. Fraud exposed. Congolese tribe selling weed to survive. Wow. The underwater fish tribe people. That sounds pretty cool. We want to watch that. The deadliest kung fu school. Studies solve the mystery why humans are mostly right-handed. What? A new STD out, y'all. Uh-oh. You want to watch that? All right, we'll check that out. I don't think I've ever watched one of his. Maybe I have. I think I did watch a video on him talking about tobacco farms or something. What software do you recommend for editing videos? The QuickTime Player on Mac Air seems ancient. I don't use Apple products. I don't know what I use for editing. It's a free open source software called Shotcut. Let's see if they've got it for a Mac. Shotcut. It's even got a bunch of like After Effects type stuff in it too. You can do motion tracking, 3D stuff, all kinds of stuff. Shotcut. Let's see. Let's see where's download. Click the download. Close. Hopefully I don't just download it. Microsoft, Windows, ARM, Windows 7, 8. Man, it doesn't look like they've got it for Mac. Man, yeah. I'm not too. So I mean, you should be able to run some Linux stuff, right? Like Kdenlive. Kdenlive's another really good one. Let's see if they got it for Mac. They probably got it for Mac. Yeah, they got Mac. Yeah, they got it for Mac. That's a good one too, right here. Kdenlive. What up, Stevie? All right. Let's see. Downloads. Yeah, they got it for Mac. That's what if I were you, that's what I would check. What's going on, Ken? We're gonna check out. Just answering some questions about some. The sky is up. That's right. I'm here. It works for Mac and Linux. Good. Yeah. So Kdenlive, KDEN. Kdenlive, KDENLIVE. All right, let's see. Let's check it out. Let's see what's going on.
These are the Bajau sea nomads. They've lived in the ocean for hundreds of years and have evolved to have 50% larger spleens than regular people, allowing them to reportedly hold their breath underwater for up to 10 minutes and swim to depths of up to 200 feet. But why would anyone want to live in the middle of the ocean, vulnerable to the dangers of choppy water, lethal storms, and without access to healthcare, job opportunities, and formal education? While the majority of these people lack citizenship or have been evicted from their homes elsewhere.
For some reason, it's not ringing a bell, but I listen to a lot of Stevie Ray Vaughan's demos, non-release tracks and stuff, so I've probably heard it. It's just not ringing a bell. Let me see. I can't play it, unfortunately. Yeah,
I'll have any of the rights or protection, spending most of their days in.
I clicked the wrong button.
Citizenship or have been evicted from their homes elsewhere and don't have any of the rights or protections of legal citizens in the countries that legally control the waters that they live in. And here in Wakatobi, they're often treated as second-class citizens by their Indonesian counterparts on the land and are viewed as lowly sea scavengers.
Looking at the camera,
how long can he hold his breath underwater?
Yeah, it's still going.
4
definitely.
minutes. He's like a fish.
And in 2002, the Wakatobi National Park was established in and around the Bajau people's pre-existing village, threatening their way of life by restricting the Bajau's ability to fish in their traditional fishing grounds. As ancient techniques and fishing practice are lost generation by generation, the Bajau people have turned to more environmentally destructive fishing methods like dynamite fishing and potassium cyanide poisoning, threatening the environment's coral reef and increasing the tension between the Bajau people and the Indonesian government here in Wakatobi.
Yeah, they just build a house lay in right on top of the water in Minecraft. They build out. That's exactly what it looks like.
So how is this floating village holding up today, and how has the outside world affected them for better and for worse? After finding a Bajau native named Albar, who was born and raised in the floating village, he agreed to take me to his home and help me understand the Bajau's way of life and their current situation.
We're in the middle of the ocean. This is extremely remote. It took us several days to get out here. We're in the middle of nowhere.
I can barely play rhythm.
Hi.
Eric, God loves you, bro. Thank you, Eric, brother.
Some people. This is our improv hotel for the night. Very nice. Okay, so we're staying in his house back there. Very hospitable.
Now, before we go diving with some of these legendary divers, I want to get a full tour of the village and see what's going on here.
1,200 people out here is quite a bit, given what it is. How do they build the town?
1,200 people.
Right? It's a secret.
I wonder if that's all. They've got to go back mainland for vegetables and fruit or something, I would imagine. I would imagine. I mean, yeah, they're not doing aquaculture. Well, maybe we'll
Spend
see.
it.
We'll see.
You can use your imagination of some
All right.
guitarists. How long can you
There
hold
you
his
go.
breath underwater?
He just popped up in
Hi.
freaking Minecraft. I'm a mega StarCraft fan.
Kadang paling 2
Fortunately,
menit.
the
Kalau
online
menyelam 2
channels were
menit.
right.
Okay.
My favorite guitar
Can we
players of all
bring him
time,
to the
Stevie
water
Ray, Eric
tomorrow
Clapton,
and
Dimebag
test his
Darrell. Yeah,
skills?
I hear that.
We want to
those three
see
a
if
lot.
we can find the person with the most breath on this village. Would you be interested?
We will try, mate.
What time works for you? Morning tomorrow?
I practice first.
Okay, practice.
Before I try.
Okay, tomorrow morning.
As I gathered
Let's
as many
go to the
divers as I
kid. Oh,
could
okay.
for an informal dive competition between the village, I wanted to understand how people lived on top of the ocean 24/7 and got the things they needed to survive without ever having to leave.
Looks like we have a bit of a shop right here.
Okay.
The people doing laundry over there. What do you do out here?
Dagang es.
I
Es
sell cold
blender.
drinks.
What are the responsibilities of a Bajau mother?
Ya, may masak, mencuci.
How big is your family?
Anak ko tulungan.
Is life easy or hard out here?
Ya, tiru ni. Jara luang tahu ka di lakbo.
Sometimes my husband catches fishes and sometimes he doesn't.
Do most men fish? Carpentry? What is the most common job?
Nilai ngaringgi
They're all
ngutang.
fishermen.
And we have the squid right here they were cooking. This will be lunch, dinner, breakfast right here. This is good stuff. What do the
I
Bajau
thought that was
women do here?
parts
What
of
are their
fish. I didn't realize it was-
responsibilities?
Pekerjaan kami po madapuran nih.
Working
My
Datay
favorite
mo
Eric
po,
Clapton song.
Biking anak,
bananas?
baby, bikin
Ah,
baby.
baby. Is life easy or difficult here?
Belum ya. Alok jadu.
And how big is your family?
Take a guess.
Keluarga dami kami matambang nang.
Okay, right now I'm getting an
She
informal
don't
house
like.
tour.
What up, Arabica brother?
Okay,
What
we
up,
come inside. Thank you
baby?
for having us. Beautiful living room. Hello, and these are her kids.
Layla's a good one.
Whoa.
Layla, you got me
And
on
you
my
have
knees.
beautiful outside view. Oh,
Layla's a
toilet.
good one. I was gonna say.
Right here.
And in this
She
house I
don't
stayed
like,
at,
she
the bathroom
don't
is just a
like,
hole
she
that
don't
goes straight
like.
into the ocean.
Rogaine.
A different world completely we're walking
Brother,
through
I'm
right
all
now.
about it, my brother.
This entire place is
I'm all
wild.
about
And the
chilling.
kids
Let's
here
do
still
it.
love
Before
playing
you
soccer.
accuse me,
But
what?
if the
What?
ball falls in the
Of
water,
what?
you jump in,
You're a fan-
grab the
you're a fan
ball,
of
and
Eric
hope your
Clapton
neighbor
also,
didn't
Jerome?
just take a dump. And just like the rest of Indonesia, most of the men here smoke like dogs.
I got a
you
couple
lived
of
here
more
your
months
entire
before I'm
life?
gonna be able to leave the
masih
country.
anak-anak menuju.
I don't
Were there
know.
more fish when you were a
I was
child?
hoping to be.
Baru
I was
dah, ya.
absolutely hoping to be in the UK before the end of the year, and it doesn't look like I'm going to make it. So I've got another project that one of my neighbor's friends needs help on something, and it's too much money to turn down. I know a crap log Eric Clapton song. Yeah, he's a good guy. Let's beat up, mate. No song. Before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Oh, the song before you accuse me. Yep, take a look. Doesn't go. Yeah, drifting blues. Nobody knows better than down out. Yeah. So I have to go to Florida for it's going to be between 2 weeks and a month, and that will either be the end of this month or the end of the month after that. Unfortunately, I really want to. I'm. What's up, Loretta, brother, girl? I'm about to say Loretta, brother. How are you, girl? I went in the UK. Whitby. All right, hold on. Let's check Loretta's artwork real quick. Then we'll get back to the video. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's not it. All right, let's see. Bam! Damn, Loretta, that's freaking good. I hold a crystal ball up in its head over there. Got that money, man. I got that. I gotta get it. Yeah, I gotta get it. Right. Yeah, I'm. Everything that I had is now in a don't screw up Richard retirement type investment, and then everything I live off of week to week I make from YouTube, and then I supplement it like by picking up side jobs, like usually just for people in and around my neighborhood. I've seen Bone Thugs and Harmony before. I've seen them. Oh, hold on. Okay, let's see the next one. Sorry. Bam. There's 3 here. 1. Nice, man. That's really good. I really like. I like the chains. That looks really good. The snow on the, yeah, that's really, really good, Loretta. Really good. Really good. All right, let's go one more here. Let's see. Bam, boom. Bang. Oh, let me rotate this. Boom. Rotate, transform, counterclockwise. That's really freaking good too. Really good leaf work. Nice bark. That looks really, really good. You do bark really, really well. Tree bark. And yeah, you're making me feel bad. I'm not freaking. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right. Very good. Very good freaking work, Loretta. I'm glad you're still pumping out so much art. She is. What's up, ND? No, she's really good. She's really good.
When were the roads built to connect all the houses?
Masih mentah dulu tu. Dulu kan ni ajang kami
Used to be- oh, We used to swim
used to have
to
to
each
swim
other.
from house to house before the government
Can you
put these roads
imagine?
in.
Like, hey, come on over. Let's smoke, or let's have a couple beers. And you're like, all right. You have to jump into the water, swim over to somebody's house. Well, you do good work, Loretta.
How deep could he
Made me
dive?
jealous.
dahulu 10 lupa.
I could dive 15 meters.
Wow. What is the technique you use to catch fish? Spear fishing,
Oh, my
net
bad.
fishing, big ship, explosives?
Dua jenis mesti ngaringi.
Ah,
A
net
lot of
fishing.
net fishing.
Okay. Do you know who Donald Trump is?
Ya, boleh tak ada.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, pretty refreshing actually. Do you know who Mr. Beast is?
Ya.
Do you know Michael Jackson?
He knows who Michael Jackson is.
Look at him. He's got moves. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello. Hello.
What? It's so amazing how some
Okay, so
people
he's cutting
live
the iron for the fishing
completely
weights. How did you learn how to do this?
outside, on their own thing.
He think he make it by himself.
Ah. Okay, it's ready. Well, tell him we'll come back. We'll come back. Okay, it started. Flash flood real quick. We're all flooding together.
Flash flood. You're in the middle of the freaking.
What do they do when
ocean.
big storms come? Do they go to Big Island?
They went to the land.
They go
went to
inland.
the-
Okay.
Okay. Wait for it to pass. What are some of the traditions of the Bajau people?
Mesti ngaringi.
Just a fishing.
Fishing?
Yeah.
And swimming?
And swimming.
Okay.
And a row.
Storm has passed. Wisdom has been gained. This town is actually pretty huge. Didn't expect it to be this big.
That's
You can
pretty
take a look
freaking
at these
big.
steps I'm walking across right now. A lot of ground to cover right now. But real quick, do you make videos but don't have enough time or money to make shorts or clips to help promote
Yup.
them? With every big streamer and
What am I
YouTuber
gonna
using
use,
Reels,
Tyler?
TikTok, Shorts, and clips to get discovered, with Opus AI, you can create high-quality
That's
shorts
what I was
without
gonna
editing
use. That's
in
what I used
minutes
for 10 clips,
using the
but then I
power
used all
of
my
AI. You just copy the link of the video. Let's take this one about sea nomads. Search opus.pro and paste the link. And you can use Opus's Clip Anything feature to search for any specific moment or theme, and it'll automatically clip all of those moments.
Automatically.
Just let Opus work its magic, and boom, a couple minutes later, I have 10 different clips. But the question is, how good is their AI at editing, and do these videos get views?
Tell me,
I
Tyler.
want you to try out for yourself.
What's
Make
up,
a short
Glenn?
using opus.pro. Put YouTube Tyler Oliveira in the description, tag at Tyler Oliveira, upload the short, and I'm gonna send $1,000 to whoever's short or TikTok has the most views by the end of the week. Thanks, Opus, for helping me
Oh, it's
edit
been
my
a year.
shorts and market my videos. Back to the floating village. We have a mega market right here. This is the supermarket out here. They have diapers right here. They have all sorts of snacks, all sorts of sugars. They got Sprite
Sugars.
and Coca-Cola. Okay, what is your name?
Rani.
Rani.
Is this your store?
Yeah.
Okay, very beautiful.
Very
did you
bright.
start this business yourself?
Na di Seba, Anyeba, Kami, Lauda.
This is shop. They bought it from another businessman.
Big business brain. Do you have a family out here? Are these your
That's-
kids?
Iya.
Do you want your kids to move to big city or to stay here forever?
Di sini bagus.
Here
You
is
want them here?
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay,
looks
to run the
good.
shop.
I'd do it. Have you ever
Daripada
seen the
di-
underwater
Oh, we got all sorts
city?
of good stuff right here.
Thanos,
The adventure doesn't end out
No,
here. We've probably met nearly 80% of the village
Heraclean.
out here right now.
In Greece? Hold on, maybe. That sounds familiar. Just go grocery shopping. Yeah, get yourself some food, brother. Thanasis has a great name. Yes. I've heard of it. Yep, absolutely. I didn't know Thonis was the first part of it. It's just for me, it's right here. It says known by the Greek name Heracleion. That's what I remember it as in Egypt. Greek name in Egypt, off the coast of Alexandria. Egypt's Atlantis. And let's try to find something to that after this. Bam.
Yup, this is a tough spawn for this guy. Okay. Not the friendliest parrot. Is that your duck? Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Oh! This is beautiful. Kids in the States don't do this. Look at him playing with the duck. You caught a fish. Oh, dang. Beat its head in and killed it? Oh, very generous of you. Whoa! Yes! Good job. That was funny.
And just like the majority of Indonesia,
pretty
most of
cool
the people
footage
here are
on YouTube,
Muslim.
eh?
There's a
We'll
large
definitely check it
mosque
out.
in the center
Absolutely.
of town, with many of the women covered in hijabs despite spending
Is
most
it
of their day.
Pompeii's neighboring city? I don't believe so. Pompeii location map.
Here is some information
Yeah,
about
Pompeii's in
archaeological
Italy.
park of Pompeii. Pompeii
Pompeii's
is a
in
vast
Italy,
archaeological
and,
site in southern Italy's Campania region, near the coast of the Bay of Naples.
Heracleion's in Egypt. Bam.
Days in the water doing things like cleaning this boat.
Salam.
Painting
Hi,
the
salam.
boat. Oh, scraping.
Looks
the
like it may have been damaged by some sort of storm or hurricane.
drunk
There are
fight.
prayer mats inside.
There
Everything
you go.
in here
Right,
needed to
right,
be a good
right. Yeah,
Muslim.
that's off the coast.
What do you do for a living out here?
Nelayan eh.
What's the craziest story he has while being a fisherman?
Kadira nakama sa alamat tumu.
2
thought I was
times he
not
got
going back.
shaking.
Oh, his boat sank?
Sinisiyan.
Ask him if Baja people can swim much better than other people.
Sama mga.
The Pompeii ash statues there is a dude
the
jack
best?
up. Right, right. I saw that. I saw
How long
that.
can he hold his breath
saw that.
underwater?
Buckeye comes in with the knowledge.
4 minutes. Has the fishing gotten more difficult out
And there
here
was
compared-
also a couple getting it on that are also entombed, forever loving.
to when he was a boy? Is it more difficult to fish now? It's difficult.
Right now, yeah.
Ask him, why is it difficult?
Because so many people, fishermen coming from outside, from the Big Island, but so many people,
All
so
right,
many
John,
fishermen
brother.
came in here. and they
Rich
catch a lot of people.
diver was quick to gather a bunch of gold and jewelry from Heracleion before it was well known. I'm sure people like to gatekeep knowledge. If somebody was diving that and found gold, they're not going to tell anybody until they get a freaking safe full of that. And then they'd be like, "Hey, look what I found." Buckeye. Yep. Yeah, it preserved everything, right? Stuff in the ovens that was cooking, bread that was cooking, the pots of porridge and pieces of I don't know if it's salad or not. I think somebody said peas possibly, but yeah, that's pretty good. Right? Who wouldn't? Because as soon as you say it, the government's gonna be like, "Oh, that's ours. It's salvage rights."
Do many people do dynamite fishing or the potassium chloride stuff? Is that common or somewhat rare?
So many people use
Many people use a boom.
Many people.
Many people.
And while most of the houses are now connected by makeshift bridges or wooden planks, some houses like this one stand alone in the water, only
Jeez.
accessible via boat or by swim.
That's the chick that cheated, so she's got to stay out there in the middle of the
Right
ocean
here is
by
Laura's
herself.
house. It is only accessible via boat
Her
because the
husband,
bridge is
her
broken.
ex-husband's not building a ramp.
Laura! I like your house.
This is Lauda and his brother. Rumor has it they're some of the best divers here. But before we see them
Smoking
dive and
cigarettes
hunt
and
underwater
trying
like
to do
fish,
long
I'm
deep
curious
diving.
how long the village
Skin
can hold
diving.
their breath underwater.
For the most part, these guys are underwater for as long as they need to be. This is a hunting skill, not showmanship. We want to see what their maximum breath capacity is.
Basically, a spleen can hold fresh oxygenated blood, and the larger your spleen is, the more fresh oxygenated blood that organ can hold, which technically extends your body's ability to stay underwater longer. So it's said that in certain Bajau families, the spleen is 3 times larger than average
big
humans.
old
We don't have the
spleen.
ability to run an MRI or
Paisley,
an
should
X-ray
you
on
clean
these
your
guys.
room?
So
Yeah, yes, you should clean your room. Absolutely. How you doing? Absolutely. Clean room, clean mind.
we're going to test them in the water right now.
I told everyone here if they can hold their breath for 2 minutes, I'll give them 150,000 rupees. We just want to incentivize them to see if they can just stay there, hold their breath, obviously
Until
without hurting
they
themselves.
die.
All right. We're gonna have a weighted vest around the individual so they can just sit there and hold their breath, but not too heavy, obviously, to drown them. Okay, he's putting on the weighted vest. He'll be our first diver. Let's see how long he can hold it. They are ready for the diving competition. He's under. Okay, the timer has begun.
What?
31. Now
31 seconds? I can do
He's
that.
under.
Jordan Peterson says yes. Yep. He does. Good, Paisley.
25 seconds.
That's it?
Not very much.
Yeah, I think I can do it like for
he's
a
under.
minute and 10, minute 15.
38. I'm gonna guess the chain smoking out here is
Yeah,
probably
there you
not
go.
helping their dive times and lung capacity, but I could be wrong. Okay, now we have the head boss. Lauda's brother, what's your name?
Yeah, I can definitely. Well, I mean, not anymore probably. Back when I used to dive and scuba dive and swim, I could definitely do over a minute. Not much, but definitely over a minute. I remember having the water, like going down in the water till the water was right below my chin, and I would just like blow, like closed lip, very small hole, and I would watch the little dip in the water that my breath would make, and I would try to keep it the same size as I exhaled all of the air in my lungs to get as much air out as I could. Then I would take a deep breath and then go under. And it works well to help freshen you out. The hippies loved Paisleys. Yes, they did. The hippies loved Paisleys. Free diver in 5 minutes. Yeah, you could probably do. These guys are like average, right? 30 seconds was no big deal. I remember absolutely. We had a pool growing up. It was an above ground pool, and I remember we had one of those like A-frame ladders that went from the ground over to the ground inside the pool, and I would go and just slide my knees under the last rung and just sit there. To count. I didn't have a timer, so I might have been counting fast. So I'm not exactly sure of my times. There you go.
120. These two siblings did the best thus far. But what the Bajau people don't have in lung capacity, they do have in diving and spearfishing skills. Okay, Undu, how long have you been diving?
Since I was a
many
kid,
minutes can you
15
hold
years of
your breath
smoking and acid
underwater?
is not helping you. No, brother. No, it's
How
not.
deep can you go underwater?
10 meters, 30 feet-ish.
How do you like living here in the village atop the water?
It's easy
In
to
a
look
couple
for
years,
food
do you
here.
ever see
Jeez.
yourself
I
moving out
smoke
of
like
the
a
village?
chimney, but I got better stamina and cardio than people who don't. I also push my body hard. So I got bruises and cuts always. So listen, if you just sit and rot and smoke cigarettes and stuff, ain't nothing gonna do good for you. But if you're constantly pushing yourself, your body should still be able to recover things like that because you're still exercising things out. I'm not saying cigarettes are good for you. Pearl divers are known 8 to 10 minutes. Yeah, that seems like a lot.
Going to a bigger city, or will you live here forever?
Some skin listen, okay, hold on. Let's do this real quick. Hold on. Okay. Pearl diving. Oh, no, hold on. Skin diving depth champion. Okay. Undisputed champion is free diving. It's also called skin diving. Is an Austrian diver, Herbert Nitsch, who's known as the deepest man on earth. In 2007, he set an overall world record in no limits discipline, plunging 214 meters, which is 702 feet on a single breath. I wonder if it says the amount of time it took him. So he just took a breath, but what's interesting is when you go down really deep, the air in your lungs expands. So you have to contracts because so much more weight's being pushed on you. But so when you feel that you're out of breath, you can start coming up, and then the air in the lungs expand, so you don't feel like as out of breath. Because when you're scuba diving, if you've got to come up quickly, even from like 20 or 30 feet, you want to blow out. You don't want to come up faster than your bubbles, because you blow out a little bubble and you'll see the bubble will expand as it gets closer and closer, because the air's expanding, it's getting less pressure from above. Same thing will happen in your lungs. So you want to be blowing out as you're rising, and you just seem to be blowing out forever because you get more and more air volume. I know an adaptation. What is it, Loretta?
Kevin.
Yeah.
You're Undu's older brother?
Ya,
Okay.
okey.
How deep can you dive underwater?
7.
How long
7
can you
meters.
hold your breath underwater?
Tidak cukup 1 minit.
Only 1
Dah
minute.
minggu main dulu. Lajah. 2 jam.
Okay, let's do this. Undu
So
and Kevin
he
are
spends
gonna jump in
2
and
hours
do what they typically do
underwater every day. So 2 hours of an entire day he spends not breathing. 6 minutes could go oxygen with a severe and irreversible brain damage, according to Go. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but how long do you think it takes? And also, how long do you think it takes to get to 702 feet? Hopefully, I'm guaranteed it's recorded. It was 2007, so we'll watch
Water,
that.
dive,
Somebody
spearfish,
remind me.
Hold their breath.
Yeah, okay, it's over here.
Utilize their Bajau skills. Break it like that. Are the people as good at diving as they once
Did he just
were?
slam his
or
back
is it
into
kind
the
of a dying
bottom?
tradition?
The budget people have a skill like this traditional, use a Google,
homemade?
not mask like this, and they make it their spearfishing by
So these
handcraft.
spears, these fish spears, these I can't figure out what they're called, spear guns. They're big ass rubber bands or rubber tubes, and they just latch it back. And when they see what they want, you just aim the whole thing just like you would a bow and arrow, and slide the rubber band off the top, and it slides towards the front for sliding the. I never talked to them.
50, 60 years ago, like your father's time or your father's father, were there many more divers than there are now?
More now.
More now.
He found a fish. What?
Yeah,
very
because
good.
they probably get a bunch of people that come in from all over the world that want to dive with them and film videos and nude stuff. They probably make a good amount of money off of that. That's probably why that shop looks so ready to accept visitors.
Okay. Wow, that was quick. But the skill shown by some of the more middle-aged dudes here in diving and spearfishing was so impressive that it looked like it was second nature to them. Okay, that's 2 fish already in less than 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, that's like a
Good job.
McNugget fish.
Very quick. Good job. Wow, you got another one. 3 down already. Oh, ah!
Nice.
He's amazing. Let's see the fish. What is it called? Dodo.
Dodo. Bahasa Bajo, dodo.
Can we eat it tonight?
Ya, enak.
Good
Dibakar.
for grilling.
Yeah, okay.
Ya.
Ah!
Show offs. What up, Turlet?
Undu's catching fish left and right. So many fish so quickly. Very good.
Yes.
What is that fish's name?
Suneye.
Alalas.
Alalas.
Sunfish. No, what is that called?
Oh, smooth.
Ya, smooth.
No scales?
Giginya.
Oh,
Ayam. Bos.
hole
oh,
in it.
hole torn straight through him.
These guys are beasts.
Man, that's a
Is it tough to
freaking
catch up
good
with him?
aim.
Man,
What
God,
up, Turlet,
especially
brother?
when you Get down there. He's got his traditional goggles, which are cool.
Yeah.
They don't suction cup. They're made of wood and glass, and they literally it's the pressure of going down deep that holds them against your face.
Whoa.
Pretty awesome.
Makes it look a little too easy.
So these guys are small though.
Wow.
All this is fished out, and so but
guess
you
not
get
everything's
quantity,
plastic.
You still eat.
So we're seeing the effects of overfishing out here.
I think so.
How are you able to dive so well
And
while
a
you
cigarette.
smoke 1 pack a day?
Tidak ada.
I can do both.
While spearfishing is certainly one way to catch a bunch of fish, those who are often more desperate and less talented at diving
Deep
have
sea
been driven to
squishing.
more high-risk, high-reward methods. Dynamite fishing is an extremely dangerous yet effective technique where the user throws a homemade bomb into the ocean that explodes and creates a shockwave in the water that
Stuns
kills
the fish.
countless fish instantly.
I don't know if it kills them. I think it stuns them. I mean, might. I guess if it's close to the fish. I'm pretty sure it stuns them and then they float to the top. I could be wrong. It may rupture their swim bladder, which causes them to float to the top too.
Almost blown
I've heard
yourself
both.
up while dynamite fishing? Do you know anyone who has blown themselves or part of their bodies up doing dynamite fishing?
Many of my
Money,
friends have
you have
died
money to get
for
money,
money to get
and
the money.
then hence now that it's dangerous.
Yeah.
That's why what we are going to do is that
Despite the risk of being arrested or blowing yourself up, the potential reward of a big fishing haul caught quickly keeps dynamite fishers like this guy building and throwing bombs for a living. And on top of blowing up the reefs with bombs, research shows that the Pajao fishermen's use of potassium cyanide to stun and catch rare
Potassium
reef fish that are then
cyanide.
sold for high prices to aquariums and exotic
No
seafood
way.
markets slows down the reef's ability to recover even more than the dynamite fishing does. We found and interviewed this guy who does it full-time for a living. But real quick,
What's up, honeybee? It's illegal
we
here
want to support our
too.
boots on the ground,
Did someone say
independent journalism
bladder?
that is not bought and paid for by
Tintin.
corporate interests, along with exclusive DLC
What up,
content
OG
that
Kick,
YouTube
brother?
won't let me upload, and uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube. Go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5
Do you
a month.
recall why you
Why do you use the potassium
YouTube has
cyanide
direct
instead?
messages? I didn't know it did. I didn't know it did. YouTube data appearance display restricted. View your channel. Do you remember the baby oil? She just sent me freaking Space Cow. Space Cow I saw yesterday. Wow, I got no idea. Wow, where do I find it? Home, shorts, your channel, playlist. Maybe I don't have it yet. Downloads, explore, shopping, music, kids report. No, I don't seem to have it. Internet. Huh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I never saw it. I still don't see it. View your channel. Oh no. Store membership, post live, customize, manage, community. Where's it at? Home, shorts, playlist, history, watch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. All right, let's go back on. YouTube used to have direct messages. Yeah, well, right. And then they did what was that Google Plus thing that they had the messaging on, kind of like the Google's Facebook. Yeah, I don't have it yet. They don't have it. They don't care about me.
The ground independent journalism that is not bought and
It came
paid
up
for
my
by
screen when I
corporate
opened YouTube
interests,
yesterday.
along with exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload.
So that
and
means they're
uncensored
gonna take a grab at Instagram's stuff. I bet you. When I Googled it, they said it was rolling out randomly. Okay.
early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube. Go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month.
Why do you use the potassium cyanide instead of
Back in the
spear
day.
fishing or net fishing?
I heard you can get more money
When you
do
use
that.
the potassium, how many fish do you end up killing?
I catch around 20.
Are you ever afraid the government will catch you?
Actually, upright to the government, but it's hiding, and
Where are they
the
getting that
government,
much potassium
when they
cyanide?
coming to catch him, nothing.
I guess if you can get coke, cocaine,
smart man.
and meth, and
Does
freaking
the
stuff,
government
you can
crack
get
down on
anything
it,
else.
or do they not really care?
Smugglers don't care what they're bringing as long as they're getting paid.
How many fish do you catch
Yeah.
each time you throw
Yeah,
dynamite
they're-
in the water?
Destroying the coral reefs. Imagine the last
What
thing you
is the
see with a bomb
punishment
diving
if
for
they catch
treasure.
you?
Yeah.
How many rupees does he make?
$89. 1.5 million.
Do you think you'll ever stop?
I'll stop eventually. Sounds like
Gotta
Andy's
respect the
voice.
game. As destructive
It's not
fishing
very good.
practices.
Peach Pit's having him. Yeah. Well, they have a compound in it, so do apple seeds, that when you chew it and it mixes with your saliva, it turns into cyanide.
Overfishing, coral
But, maybe
bleaching
peach
from rising
pits do
sea
have, but
temperatures
apple seeds
contribute to the
definitely have to chew
habitat
it.
loss of fish.
Like, that's
The
why
Pajao
if you just
fishermen-
swallow apple seeds, you don't die. But if you chew them, it can make you sick. Yes, absolutely. Stop being sad.
been claimed that they have to go further and dive deeper only to catch less fish, making the lifeblood of their day-to-day existence increasingly at risk as time goes on.
And when they're using potassium cyanide and blowing things up, they're probably destroying eggs that haven't hatched either, so they'll never become fish to be caught in the coming months.
The oldest elder in the village and Albar to hear the village's history and how it's changed since he's been alive.
Okay, Albert, what is this place to you? Did you grow up here?
Yeah, actually, this is the first main village. I was grow up here, but in 1980.
What do you
Think
remember as a
about
boy?
cats and puppies
the
and pancakes
houses
and beetles.
separate each other.
walking path?
Beach, when we visit to the neighbors, swimming, and then talking under house. It's like, for example, like that. Yeah.
Okay, and how many people lived here when you were a boy?
When I boy here, almost
learned so much here,
200.
I'll have
And now we have how many?
1,003.
1,300
people.
Okay, much bigger. Do you have to be a fisherman to make money here?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone fishes. Okay. What do you want the future to look like, and what do you think it will look like?
I tried.
The future, I think this here, just for a bit better here, I think, because we still seeing the types like fish, like canoe, net.
It's easier now. Life is easier now.
Professor Rich is the best.
Did
Thank you.
every kid have access to school here when you grew up?
I like Beetlejuice.
And you swam to school?
I swam to school. Don't get your shoes wet. My mom went to high school with Beetlejuice. No way.
But as the Bajau people are forced to engage in increasingly dangerous and unsustainable fishing practices to survive, the future of them and their village looks uncertain.
Okay, so let's see. All right, let's see. Cyanide in apple seeds. Okay, apple seeds contain amygdalin, a compound that releases hydrogen cyanide when metabolized in the digestive system. So it's kind of like, just like other compounds that you eat and get converted to something else in the body. Right, same thing. So amygdalin turns into cyanide. Let's see. Peach pits. Peach pits, 2 to 6. Okay, so they've got amygdalin also. Yeah. Same thing. Amygdalin. Can you get me in contact with him? Do it. She said she remembers her friend bringing him over to the lunch table all the time, saying, "Listen to this guy. He's so funny. Check out Trunk Monkey. Listen to this guy. He's too funny." Okay, let's see. What's up, B2B? What were we gonna look into next? Okay, the skin diving. Okay, here it is. Yes, smells like, it does smell like almonds. It does smell like almonds. Michael Keaton is the family still lives in Pittsburgh. He's very involved in environmental, but what's up, Subnot? All right, let's see, 6 minutes. Wow, let's see how long it takes him. Okay, so look, he's getting out. Bitter almond, yep. We outside with the homies. He won 3 gold medals in what? Yeah. He won 3 gold medals and set 1 absolute world record. And here he is. So look, so he just takes a deep breath. 8 seconds, 9 seconds. So the timer's over here. 9 seconds, 11 seconds. He's quiet investor. A lot what's happening in the city, man. Green. Some of my showstoppers almost type, rip out the butte. Check out the butte. Oh, the showstoppers. Yeah, they're nice. All right, so look. So 32 seconds already, and he's still going down. He just stopped. It looks like he's staying. Oh, okay, so it shows the depth he's at over here. On the right, 42 meters. And he's just going, look at those freaking thighs. Do you see the freaking thighs on that dude? And he's taking breaks. So he's using very little energy. So he's not using up much of his air. So he's just, that's so crazy. I'm a silent investor. I'm dumb. What's up, Scott, brother? That's probably 300 psi net depth. 33 feet is 1 atmosphere, and this is meters. So he goes to 700 feet, which would be 20 atmospheres. I guess any's got to come up, but like I said, when you rise, the air expands. Yeah, it's amazing. I've never seen this before. I just found out about it. I knew people could go deep, but I didn't know it was this deep. Yeah, he definitely does some bike riding. Oh, that's the world record line. He's going right past it. Boom. Oh, so I guess he touched it. That means, I guess he's got to bring it up. Nose clip. Look at that freaking suit. Looks like Aquaman. 2 minutes, 39 seconds. Still going. It's still going. No. It's not Mariana Trench. Just go. Yeah, he was upside down. Now he's going back up. No, it's not Mariana's Trench, Ruben, brother. I don't know where it is. Let me see. It's in Cyprus. So right by Greece. I would panic on the way up, brother. If you panic, you use more oxygen quicker. Some people just have the mental fortitude and the testicular fortitude to do stuff like this. It's not something for everybody. What's up, Colonel? Looks like it's 109th grade. But luckily next year's going to. That's right, brother. That's right. He'll get there. And it's 3 minutes and 20 seconds now. 3 minutes 25. And he's not even halfway back up yet. Jeez. Even though I would have the lung capacity, I would still panic. It's a mental thing. It's definitely a mental thing. Little toilet. If you know anything, I would die automatic. If I know I might die, I will automatically panic. Well, I mean, he's still 50 meters, 48 meters underwater. He's got a long way to go. There's somebody, if he needs air, they're like, hey, do you want this? He's like, nope. So that's emergency air for him, if he needs it. That's another free diver. This guy doesn't have any air on him. He's just got a snorkel. Last time, if you dive 400 meters, you need to push out all your breath. Otherwise, the lungs explode. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yep, control mind and body. That's right. Damn. He's at 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
So good. Come on, let's see. Yeah. Still in a very strong arrow position.
Yeah, he's facing the plane. Yeah, that's good.
I need somebody to follow me around like that in life. Right.
He's getting coached.
Turn.
Nose clip off.
Yes.
He's looking so fresh.
So fresh. Look at the people
yes.
here. Watch.
So
Yeah, that's
fresh.
sweet. It's crazy.
I think he's in like a 1 mil, 0.8 or 1 mil.
Well, he has the
Yeah,
tag.
it's thin. Which it must be so cold down there.
Yeah,
He doesn't feel cold so much,
702
does it?
feet. What's up,
I think
Cody?
he's focused. It's that attention
Yeah, it's so
deconcentration.
fresh.
Really taking your awareness.
For the world record.
Let's go.
White card.
World record. 4 minutes
His
and 45
40th world
seconds.
record.
Go, Alexei.
They're clapping
Yes.
now. They're
Amazing.
clapping now,
Wow.
Ruben,
I
brother.
spent the last 20 years exploring the limits of breath. This course is a foundation, not just for freedivers, but for athletes,
They sell the
instructors,
course.
and movers. And
They
anyone who
absolutely
wants
should
to
have clapped.
breathe
Yeah,
like it matters.
they were
You
waiting.
get
It's kind of like in the Olympics when you're waiting for the time to see if you beat it, and that's what they were probably doing, calculating the time, double checking, and then they said, "Yep, he did it," and then, yep, they clapping cheek. He's definitely getting some. I guarantee
Deep
there was
dive
plenty of
video
cheeks to be
lectures,
clapped
blending
after
freediving
that.
methodology with
Take it easy,
evidence-based
Loretta.
medical research to understand the
Oh,
true
take it easy,
mechanics of
Scott.
breath.
Sorry,
And
brother.
we'll practice it all with guided breathing exercises designed to strengthen your respiratory muscles, improve your
Respiratory
flexibility,
muscles.
and build body awareness from the
I think
inside
she was
out.
saying
I'm
bye to-
sharing
to
this
internet
network
lecture.
system I built for myself. Now it's yours. My name is Alexei Molchanov, and this is my foundational breathwork course.
Jeez. Nice. Right. Yeah, you said we just all buy. Yeah, we start reacting. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Scary blackout free diving. Man, yeah, that's how you been, honeybee? All right, what was next? Do you recall your last PDS tornado warning? It's been probably 6 months. I was asking the same, Cody. By the way, secret technology from special forces are even stranger. Okay, all right, Cody. We don't have tornadoes in Denmark. We got them here in Georgia. Georgia. Georgia on my mind. Man, Georgia on my mind. That's all right, Cody. We'll be here tomorrow, too. I'll be better tomorrow when I finally have air conditioning. Yeah, you need to get you some AC. If 92, I think it's almost 90 degrees still here. Now it's 84 degrees. Why not, Cody? What's going on? They're wild and cool. All right, let's see. What did we just do back here? Okay, why is Africa not the richest continent? Tribe in the city. Excavator track. All right, let's go back here. So why don't I have what's it called? Oh, the soccer finals are going to be here in Atlanta. You made me laugh. Damn. When animals think no one's watching, the world's largest cave. All right, we're going to watch it. Okay, oh, right. That's what it was. Heraclian. Right. The lost city of Egypt. Let's see if we can find a more modern one. Wow. All right, let's see. Yeah, we'll check it out. Football. All right, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Make sure it don't have copyrighted music in it. Ah, it does. Son of a motherless goat. All right, there we go. 10 to 5.
Depuis bientôt 30 ans, l'Institut européen d'archéologie sous-marine retrouve Alexandrie et la baie d'Aboukir le printemps venu. Ce rituel, issu d'une solide collaboration entre Fond-Audio et
it's amazing that we're still finding lost cities. You figure when the city was a city near it would have documented that city was there, and even if that city got destroyed, there would still be some documentation somewhere. The only thing that would cause all of that being lost would be a global flood. Dun. Why is American football even called football? They carry a pigskin in their hands. It's for confusion. Love how you... Thank you. I'm trying to
participe à la redécouverte de cités englouties depuis des millénaires, aujourd'hui révélées grâce aux expositions internationales et aux plus grands musées d'Égypte. Passé la période des fortes houles, la mer redevenue calme, les navires techniques bardés d'électronique s'associent avec de simples felouks de pêcheurs. Suivez nos travaux sur cette nouvelle mission.
Hold on. Yeah, there's a big one. Hopefully I can't understand what they're saying though. Come on. All right, let's see. Let's see what this is.
Beneath the placid surface of Abu Qir Bay, off the coast of Egypt, lies a silence that conceals a cataclysm. For over a millennium, it was a ghost story.
Oh, man.
A legend whispered by historians. The great city of Thonis Heraclion. The gateway...
Oh, come on. Just give me something that's freaking got actual footage, please. All right, we'll do this one.
Just before we get started, I do want to say that there are some mysterious pronunciations in here. A lot of the things I just can't find in my regular pronunciation dictionaries, so I am doing my best. Let's get on with it.
Let's get on with it.
The Mediterranean is home to many mysteries and wonders. Both natural beauties and human-made shipwrecks lay at the bottom of the sea, waiting to be discovered. As the famous poem puts it, right here.
Look at that freaking chest hair of his. Do you see how he's got like a freaking?
Is you looking for under the sea? We got the spirit. You got it here.
Let's get on with it. Let's get on with it,
But
shall
even
we?
the imagination
Look at
of
this
Walt Disney
chest hair.
Studios.
Look at that. Do you see that? Here, let me help you out. Let me do this. Bam! Look at that. He's bald as can be. Absolutely, but he's got some freaking serious chest hair. Sometimes I speak with a British accent just for fun. If we throw a large amount of the oceans, I wonder what we would find. I would love to see that.
Could not fathom the existence of the location that we are going to talk about today. We are going to take you to the delta of the River Nile in Egypt.
The delta
4 miles,
of the River Nile.
6.5 kilometers off today's coastline under the watery surface. An archaeological expedition discovered an ancient Egyptian city, which was one of the biggest ports in the Mediterranean before the founding of Alexandria. So what was its significance? How was it discovered? And how did it vanish from the face of the earth and from the history of mankind? Well, welcome to Geographics, and today we're going to explore the lost city of Thonis Heraklion.
Heraklion. Denial ain't, that's right,
The city
that's
of Thonis, known
correct.
to the
It
Greeks
ain't
as
just a
Heraklion,
river in
was
Egypt.
founded in the 8th century BCE at the entry of the River Nile
Oh,
in what
8th
is today
century.
the Bay
Okay,
of
I was thinking
Abu Qir.
8th
The city
year.
remained in existence for 16 centuries until the 8th century CE, but then it almost completely vanished from memory. Prior to its discovery, the name Thonis was almost unknown to the history of mankind, but the city had known glorious times in the ancient world, as it was the obligatory port of entry
Cards.
to Egypt
This guy has
for
like
all
20
ships
YouTube channels.
coming
Yeah,
from the Hellenic world.
Absolutely. Yes, he's got quite a few. But my other options for this this subject was either modern AI recreations or like the History Channel, or ones that weren't in English, or ones that had copyrighted music. So yeah, but yeah, he's got a lot of channels. Him and his buddy, the company they have, and they've done billions, and they probably do 1 billion views a year, probably more than that, across all their channels.
Its importance was also religious because of the Temple of Amun. This god was the most important in the Egyptian pantheon at the time and played an important role in
he's been
rites
doing this for like
associated
15
with
years.
dynastic continuity. And yes, Thonis was only mentioned
Simon
in
Whistler
passing in
is his
a few
name, I believe.
ancient classic
Simon
texts and rare inscriptions found on land by archaeologists. Perhaps its fame and function had been obscured by its more famous neighbor Alexandria, another port city founded in honor of Alexander the Great in 331 BCE. The Greek historian Herodotus in the 5th century BCE wrote about a great temple that was built where the mythical hero Heracles first landed in Egypt. He also reports of Helen's visit to Heraklion with her lover Paris before the Trojan War. More than 4 centuries later, the geographer Strabo simply noted that the city of Heraklion, with its temples, was located straight to the east of Canopus at the mouth of the Canopic branch of the River Nile.
Canopus.
The city was also mentioned by the Greek historian Diodorus of Sicily in his great work Bibliotheca Historia between 60 BCE and 30 BCE. And then silence fell over the forgotten city, but not entirely forgotten, as scholars and archaeologists from the early 20th century continued to be fascinated by the possibility of finding it. In 1933, a promising sighting happened. An RAF pilot flying over Abu Qir Bay spotted what looked like ancient ruins under the water. He reported the sighting to a local
Yeah, he's got a billion
prince who
channels, to
sent
be
a diver
fair.
to
A lot of people
investigate,
just read Wikipedia.
nothing was found at that time.
Listen. He might, but most people don't do anything, to be fair. Most people don't do anything. Most people never sit down, never write a script, never set up a camera, never do any of that. He's been doing it like daily for like 15 years. So, I mean, like, even if he's just reading, anybody can, but he's doing it. You know, he's doing it. So, I mean, I appreciate that, because most people have
almost
no
70
discipline.
years and a French statistician to solve the mystery of Thonis. Frank Godiot is the founder of the European Institute for Underwater Archaeology. There's the grandson of the inventor of the
European Institute
catamaran.
for Underwater
Frank
Archaeology.
always had
I guess
a
they gotta
passion
have
for sailing and diving.
something for
After
everything.
graduating
Yeah,
in
no, props
statistics
for
and
that,
economics
absolutely.
in Paris, Frank Godiot worked as an economic counselor for the United Nations, employed in missions in Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia, later as a financial advisor to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the early 1980s, he decided to quit his job and dedicate himself full-time to his new passion, underwater archaeology.
Right.
Frank is an archaeologist and a historian, and certainly not a treasure hunter, but some of his findings bear that adventurous mark. Over the years,
Yeah, I
he
guarantee
has
he filled his
explored
pockets
numerous
over the
shipwrecks,
years.
including the Spanish galleon San Diego or the Royal Captain, an East India Company ship that sunk at 350 meters below sea level. In 1996, Godiot embarked on his most ambitious mission. Knowing about Thonis from the ancient accounts and having heard about the 1933 sighting, he organized an expedition to Aboukir Bay. First, Godiot assembled his team, recruiting not only archaeologists, Egyptologists, and historians, but also geologists, geophysicists, computer engineers, and expert divers. They all worked in partnership with the Egyptian Ministry for Antiquities. Godiot and his team
Those
started
are the
surveying.
people that end up with all the money when you find the treasure. These antiquities, freaking ministries and whatnot. Has anyone ever heard the Corbett Report? Corbett Report? I don't think I have. No. Simon did a video on designer drugs. It was scary how smart and sinister the people behind them are. Designer drugs. If it was in, I mean, I haven't watched it in probably, well, I probably watched him on stream within the past year or two, but I probably have. I mean, I used to watch a lot of the, what was the one that they did? It used to be like 3-minute clips. Not think before you sleep, something like that. Like, whatever. Simon Whistler channels. Diamond. Simon. Today I found out. So I used to watch that a lot like 10 years ago. The Simon's Verse. Okay. True crime and mystery. So he's got The Casual Criminalist, Into the Shadows, Decoding the Unknown. Today I found out Brain Blaze, Side Projects, Mega Projects, War Graphics, Celestium. And he's got more than that. Obviously, the one we're watching right now is not on this list. So he's got all of those channels. Simon, that's on IMDb. Explored, XPLRD, top 10s. Right, so he's got a lot. How many does he host? Over 15. And then it says, how many videos do I need to make $10,000 a month on YouTube? Think before. Yeah. I don't know why it popped into my head like that, but no, it's a good channel.
The site with the help of cutting-edge, non-intrusive technology. One of the pieces of kit was a specially developed nuclear magnetic resonance magnetometer, or NMR. The highly sensitive instrument was developed by the French Atomic Energy Commission, based on simultaneous proton and electron magnetic resonance, also known as the Abraham-Overhauser effect. The NMR magnetometer measures the absolute value of the Earth's magnetic field. This happens at a rate of more than 1,000 times per second, with an accuracy of 1/50 millionth of the magnetic field value. And if I sounded convincing reading that, then I did a good job, because I have no idea what that's talking about, and if a physicist wants to chime in the comments, I would be most grateful. But I guess for our purposes, the important thing is to know the outcome of the NMR survey, and that's the creation of precise magnetic maps of the seabed, which can provide vital clues about the location, orientation, and size of potential buried archaeological features. If the data provided by the NMR and other instruments provided positive clues, then Godiot and his team would dive to start the actual full archaeological excavation. One day in 1999, Godiot was diving at a depth of 20 feet or 6 meters in terrible visibility. Following a clue from the NMR, he was able to find a breakthrough. He had spotted the broken shafts of centuries-old red granite columns protruding from the sediment. These columns were ruins of Canopus, another smaller sunken town close to Thonis, but he could not immediately be certain of it, and his explorations continued. The following year, excavating a nearby spot, he found confirmation of more ruins. This was the foundation of a wall 3 meters thick made of limestone blocks. And with this, he finally had proof that Thonis existed.
Oh, it's a leg. Wow.
Godio's team set to work, a long and tiresome project, which indeed is still going on today. The difficulty comes from the fact that the Thonis ruins were not sitting on the seabed ready for collection, but rather were hidden beneath the sand. First, the team used a water dredge, basically an underwater vacuum cleaner that sucks away sand. Then they created large square holes around the newly found objects and cleaned them with spatulas. Thanks to this procedure, we can admire the breathtaking beauty of these ancient Egyptian statues, which appear suspended in a sea of water and time. In accordance with UNESCO recommendations, artifacts were usually left on site.
Do you recall how many hairs
lie between some of them to the surface for study and conservation?
6, 7.
Baskets, while heavy artifacts are attached to a crane. Indeed, other objects are attached to an underwater floating balloon, which just made water archaeology even cooler than it already is. Also, if the team finds something that is too big for the balloon or the crane, they have a special underwater elevator to bring it to the surface. Once an object reaches the surface, it is carefully labeled, cleaned in seawater, and placed in a desalination tank. The tank is filled with 50% seawater and 50% fresh water in order to avoid deterioration from violent osmosis. And if there are any chemists in the audience, feel free to explain that in the comments. Thank you very much. The process of desalination, or removing sea salts from the surface of the object, goes on for days, the point being to avoid corrosion and deterioration. The process continues by replacing excess water with resin to ensure that the volume of the material is maintained. Metal objects are subjected to an even more complex treatment, which involves bathing them in chemical or electrochemical treatments and then covering them with a protective layer. When we learned all of this, we understood one thing, and that's that if Indiana Jones could ever be bothered with actually returning something in a museum, it would probably be ruined forever unless he keeps electrochemical solutions in his fedora. Jokes aside, though, this really does go to show the meticulous scientific work involved with preserving all of those ancient artifacts that we see in our museums.
Hunter of Lost Cities. Biden.
After years of exploring Abukir Bay, Godio and his experts were able to bring light to an impressive array of historical treasures. Early key discoveries confirmed to Frank that he found what he was looking for. First, it was that of the Naos, a monolithic chapel dedicated to the god Amun. An existing relic, the stele with the decree of Canopus, placed this shrine in the city of Heraklion. Another find confirms the location's identity.
All right, Siraj, brother. Have a good night, brother.
Indicating that King Ptolemy III had
a transatlantic accent.
Heracles and
he lives in Guam, I believe. But I think he's there because that's where his wife's from, I believe. I might be making all of this up. It's been a while, brother. It's been a while. Probably like 49 years. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I'm pretty sure. Okay, Simon Whistler, media personality. So brought up Southeast England after competing as university, undergrad, postgrad. Oh, wow. Yeah, so he's got some letters after his name. He worked abroad for 1 year. He met his wife, ended up going to the Czech Republic. After working as freelance for voiceover artist on a podcast host at the age of 28, he started his YouTube channel with his on top 10s. From there, he launched another channel in collaboration with another website. Today, I found out. Soon, they both had over 1 million subscribers. He expanded his content, yada, yada, yada. Okay, it's the Czech Republic. I could have swore he lived in Guam. Guam. Intersection. The intersection of Simon Whistler and Guam refers to. Okay, so I guess he doesn't. I guess it is the Czech Republic. I could have swore. I don't know. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe. Hercules.
Up until now, historians were convinced that the legendary Thonis and Heraklion were two separate cities, but another stele found by Godio named this city as Thonis. This clarified that there was only one city known with different names by Egyptians and Greeks. The same stele clarified the main function of the port city. It was a gateway to the Egyptian markets for Greek goods whose importers had to pay a levy to the pharaohs. In other words, it sort of acted like customs. The location of Thonis controlled
Mrs.
access to the Canopic
NTR.
Channel of the Nile Delta. By its position, it was the main
Hello.
port for trade with the Hellenic
Hello.
worlds. Further proof that Thonis was at the heart of sea trade routes between these two important civilizations was the discovery of the remains of more than 64 shipwrecks and 700 anchors. Many of these ships appeared to have been sunk on purpose. According to Dr. Robinson, a collaborator from Oxford University, this might be a means of blocking enemy ships from gaining entrance to the port city. Thonis was not just a place for business, but also
Free
for
Israel.
worship.
What
After
up,
their
John,
dangerous
brother?
journey, sailors dedicated offerings to the gods.
I thought
Remains
Israel was
of their
already
gifts were
free.
found scattered on the floor of the bay, such as small votive anchors and amulets. Near the Naos, or chapel we described earlier, archaeologists found a large basin of red granite, probably part of a large temple dedicated to the god Osiris. The basin contained 3 colossal red granite statues over 5 meters high, representing a king, a queen, and the god Hapi. Hapi was the personification of the periodic flooding of the Nile, which spelled fertility and abundance for ancient
doesn't
Egyptians.
sound like they'd
The
be
temple
very
was
happy.
lined with more bronze statues of divinities and ritual instruments, as well as dozens of small limestone sarcophagi. These are believed to have once contained mummified animals put there to appease the gods. Gaudio so far had found very few objects from the Roman period. This may indicate
Good
that
to
the empire
see
did not
you.
attribute great importance to Thonis after their conquest over the Ptolemaic dynasty, of which Cleopatra was the last
Man,
ruler.
I
But his team did find
I must be dyslexic. I could have swore this said problematic dynasty.
over the Ptolemaic
Wow.
dynasty, of which Cleopatra was the last ruler. But his team did find more clues of the presence of the Byzantine Empire, the successor to Rome. The presence of Byzantine jewels and coins helped to place in the 8th century CE.
It's just so interesting that all this like gold coins and stuff are just still found like in the water. Like whoever lost that money, and especially when it's like millions and millions of dollars or hundreds of pounds of gold, they didn't come looking for. I mean, I guess there's no GPS and anything, but this is right off the coast. I don't know. It just seems like history is much more condensed than we see than we
collapse and sinking of this once grandiose city. These spectacular findings brought to the surface can be seen in person in Alexandria in 2 permanent exhibitions at the Museum of Antiquities and the National Museum. Frank Goddio's foundation, the European Institute for Underwater Archaeology, also organizes touring exhibitions which have visited Europe and the United States in the past. Please do check out the video in the description for links to the foundation and to Frank's own website, where you can find some stunning photos of the underwater relics. But now, let's move on. We just talked about what we found in Thonis, but, well, what did it look like?
This is pre-AI. This is 6 years ago.
Studies on artifacts have found that Thonis was huge, hinting that there is yet more to find. To put it into context, Frank said to The Telegraph, "You know Pompeii? Pompeii is a very small city. They started archaeological excavation there in the 18th century.
He's going to have a job for the next 40 years. He's going to have funding for the next 40 years, which is a great thing to have, right? Especially if you find something, because he quit his job to do this. And then he finds this and he's like, yeah, I'm going to be down here for a while. I'm going to be hiring people, taking a percentage of what gets found. And hey, it's great. Great if you can
But
get
it is still not excavated fully. Thonis Heraklion covers an area that is 3 times the size of Pompeii. Having been founded before Rome and Alexandria, Thonis once held the record
They
for
didn't
being
allow
the largest port in
you to dive in this historic area. Well, they didn't know it was there. They didn't know it was there. He found it. Some dude flew over it in like the Vietnam War or something and said he thought he saw some ruins there. And then this guy in like 1994 dove there and found it. Like no other divers found it. And it's not like it's 100 miles off the coast. It's like a couple hundred meters or something. And it's not very deep. Like you can see there's sunlight on, you know, like it's not like it's yeah. Or if they do allow it, they're close to it. Now they do. Right, now they do. But like right off the coast of freaking Cyprus, you know, it's like, how, I don't...
in the Mediterranean, which...
All right, hold on, let's see if we can find it. Let's see if I have this still in here. Underwater guards in a scuba suit with some freaking spears. Okay, let's see. Map. All right. Okay. Right. So it's right in the freaking It's right in the inlet right there. So it's not even like, how the hell did all these people in these areas that live in this bustling, that haven't they've gone fishing and in those beaches and snorkeling like in the 70s? You know, it wasn't found until 1994. That just seems so wackadoodle. Yeah, they're holding their breath under there, freaking stop, or I'll say stop again.
That it was huge, not just in size, but also in importance. It was a trade route to Egypt, an economic powerhouse, a center of worship, and it also had great
and you
political...
think like the Nazis would know all this and would have checked for all this stuff. Like the Nazis were after all of that stuff, right? Like they were looking for all, they went through history, they checked, they were into the occult and all that, like how, like, and they had submarine activity and it's just so wackadoodle. I was an underwater security guard for 2. It's way too stressful. Too much pressure. Got into underwater basket weaving. Yeah, much less stress.
Significance. Every new
and you can get a good degree in that too, Tyler.
To visit the Temple of Amun,
you probably have a PhD
in order to receive the title of their power as universal sovereign from the supreme god Amun. Amun was a solar god associated with the sun, with creation and power. Over the centuries, its worship had grown to the point of eclipsing many other deities. It is believed that
I live for those kinds of stories. I would love to look at that stuff. They found whole civilizations off the coast of Florida, Western Black Sea, lost history, 10,000 BC. Yeah, right. Right. And it's like we've had world wars and we've had like our borders, all how did these go unnoticed with all these years that we've had like submarines and everything scanning everything and like the stuff. Like I understand we didn't have satellites in 94 like that, like we've had satellites before 94 but not like world scanning. It just seems so odd that it goes so unnoticed, something so huge and so obvious that it can be seen from planes. If one, I don't know. Yeah, I guess people are just busy going about their life, worrying about who they're going to vote for, and they can't go find
religion became
so like this guy, he had the hustle and bustle of life, and he quits his job and goes and does it. Yep, civilizations before the flood, right? And then, so that's the only way I can think that this memory, that this would be lost. How else would they, like, it would be on old maps. Somebody would see an old map somewhere and say, okay, what's this? And like, I don't know. It just seems so odd, especially so late in civilization. They did find it when someone flew a plane over. Right. But there was lots of planes. And what about the people? But that was an American. An American flew a plane over. Like there was a lot of other people flying planes back then. Like why? Like it just seems so weird. Why did they make those giant pictures in the deserts when they couldn't see coast and settlement rather during the Ice Age? Yeah. So much for we do not. Yep. No, I agree. We don't know hardly anything about our own planet, and that's what's so interesting about when we're told what's best for us.
Atheistic cult of Amun in the 14th century BCE.
I think a lot of times people, they want to sound learned, and so they say things with an exclamation point. Like, this is the end of knowledge. We've figured this out. And then you're like, okay, well, I guess I don't have to double check your work because you figured it out. And then when somebody finally figures it out 30 years later, like, hey, no, you were wrong. Can you please laugh like a moron? Glad to help, Chosen. There's actually myths about underwater cities all around the world. Meant to be discovered. All the history lost, just like the universe itself. Yeah, dude, we've only scanned 5%. Or discovered or investigated 5% of our oceans, like underwater and whatnot. Only 5% of the water.
Had spread to other parts of the Mediterranean, where his attributes were combined with those of existing deities. In Rome, for example, you had Jupiter Ammon, while the Hellenic world had Zeus.
They say humanity is older than we thought.
Great, having conquered Egypt, sought legitimacy from Zeus Ammon, like
right. But who burnt it down, and didn't they have knowledge that they burnt it down? And didn't they have knowledge that like of the war of that happening? And then so whoever their great grandchildren were, like people talk. We hear everything about the last like 200, 300, 400 years. We hear everything, every little thing that everybody did. Like, so you would expect the 400 years before that, the 400 years before that, the 400 years, like it would be the same kind of like. It just seems very odd. I mean, people, like I said, there's lots of wars and lots of people die too, so maybe the information just got lost. If UFOs are real, they documented all that history, right? Epic battles, epic rap battles. The Christian monks burned the library. Take care of it. Do you recall your safe spot in the event of a twister? My bathroom, actually. Yeah, it burned a couple times. Yeah. We live in a time now where it's much easier to document stuff. I agree. It's easier, but everybody had a way of some sort up to certain points. And when this stuff existed, there was coins. And so if there was coins, there was a way to document who owed who what and where loans were going and how much this was worth and who was the ruler and whatnot. I mean, but it just seems very odd. Like something so super important. There's gold in them there hills. You know, like the riches that were there, you figure that, I don't know. It just seems very, very odd. It just seems very, very odd that it just like if this town, if we got told to leave, like, okay, Chernobyl, right? Like there's nobody there anymore, but everybody talks about it a whole bunch and it'll be known about for years and years and years and years because that whatever bad thing happened, like that, there's nobody living there anymore. Like whoever did that, it would be part of their lore. I don't know. It just seems really weird. Eureka.
Pharaohs had before him. But going back to Thonis, an analysis of the coins and ceramics found underwater has led us to believe that the city was at the peak of its opulence from the 6th to the 4th century BCE. The city extended radially
that was 2,400 years ago. Books will last longer than digital drives. Yeah, absolutely. And carvings will last longer than that. But people talking to people, like the politicians that funded the wars and stuff like that, like that, all that stuff, like they did it. They won. They survived, and that stuff is used. It just seems really odd. They nuked. There's a nuke. Really? I love the small old books, brother. Me too. There was this place in Glen Burnie where I grew up called the Book Nook. I used to love going in there. Take a big old whiff.
An ancient Venice of the Nile. On the islands and islets, inhabitants built their dwellings and secondary sanctuaries, all joined together by a network of ferries.
So it's right out here, like right out here. And there's all these cities over here. All this is filled up. All these beaches, and it's just right here, just like a couple of feet below the water, with Half-Life Decay products. Yeah, that's how I can check it. So I want to check out. I want to see that after this. History breaks down to his story. It's a word of mouth. Right. It comes down to, and also history is written by the winner, the victor. In India, the city was defended by Rama. Let's check it out. Charged fossil. All right, we'll check it out right after this is almost over. 4 minutes.
The landscape
Denmark is a very small country, but there's Viking finds all the time. As soon as this year, some kind of Viking found a bunch of bracelets a few months ago. ND. You might make yourself a couple of Viking bracelets to be found. Just saying. Glad I used my grandpa electric. I got an electric weed eater too. I got a DeWalt weed eater now. I had a Ryobi electric weed eater, and I have a steel gas.
Artificial lakes.
I call it a weed whacker.
Thonis also had its Grand Canal. It was located by the second most important temple of the city, that of Heracles. This flowed through the city from east to west and connected the port basins with a lake to the west. Merchandise from shipping was taken to this lake.
It's very illegal to keep findings in Denmark. Of course it is.
Which in later years
we needed to push mud and we needed to make his grass shorter.
Another waterway. All this sounds like a landscape out of a fantasy novel that may well have rivaled real
historical
Venice
treasure.
in
Yeah,
architectural
that's
beauty.
so
And
crazy. So there's different things in America depending where you find it. You can have what's called salvage rights if there's documentation and for it stuff, and then some stuff is still owned by other countries. Like there was a Spanish galleon full of gold that this dude found, and the government said no, we want it. The Spanish government found it, and it was in American waters. I don't think it was even international waters. It was promised to the museum owners 3,000 years ago. Then you get like 1,000. Yeah, because they're pocketed in that shit.
amazingly, this is probably not even the full picture. Frank Goddio estimates that only 5% of the city has yet been discovered.
Here we
As
go.
we know by now, Thonis eventually declines in importance, and its own physical structure gradually slipped into the sea
nothing here, guys.
from the 3rd to the 8th
Why don't
century
you guys
CE.
go look over there? Yeah, melt it down. Native American artifacts are supposed to be federally protected. Yeah, right. Yeah. You can melt it down, but if you melt down a blanket bracelet, you're basically melting the right. Right, but that's the problem with the government's policy. It should be of more value to the treasure holder because they're basically saying, go, my slaves, you go find the history of this island and then we'll take it from you. Thank you. And then we will get enriched off of it instead of the treasure hunter going and finding it and being the one. But then you get to write a book about how you found it and you know, you can try to profit off of that. And then your government takes half of that money, right? It's crazy. It's supposed to be federal crime to collect any native artifacts found in the ground. The problem there is history, coins are more priceless than gold or silver itself. Right. But you need a buyer. And most of that stuff's done on the black market. People don't put it on eBay. They talk to a guy that talks to a guy. Finland has been a significant site of Viking sword discoveries. There were 400 finds in the ancient Viking age, making it one of the richest. Oh wow! I'd be out there looking. Dude, if I lived in Denmark, Finland, freaking those areas, I would have a freaking metal detector. Would be sad to melt down $100,000 Viking bracelet for $1,000 worth of gold. Yeah, right. But if your government's gonna take it from you, right? And it's like they should be rewarding your work, not hurting you. And this is probably why stuff like this hasn't been found. They know that if it got found, they're just gonna take it from you. So when it costs you money to do this. Yeah, but at least the thing is, you become the expert on this area. You the one so you get the name of it. Then people want to interview you and pay for those interviews, and then you can write a book and blah blah blah, and movie rights and yada yada yada. But you know, sometimes you just want the gold. I have Warhammer made of stone and arrowheads. Oh, cool! Damn. Well, would you rather melt it down and get money for it? Or not exactly? That's my point, right? But more found in Finland and Denmark and Sweden. How does that make sense? Maybe history doesn't make sense. I'm part Danish and Swedish, both by blood. Hey, there you go.
Catastrophe like the
I thought about getting a DNA test, but I don't trust those companies. They'll freaking clone me and then destroy me. Not true. Overall, Sweden got that right. Oh, wow. I'm also 6'4" and I have red hair. I have 6'4" and I have grayish brown hair. 165.
A rather a slow descent, which, as sad as it sounds, likely didn't cause any victims. But why and how did an entire city vanish into the sea and then just disappear from memory? Experts such as Goddio and Professor Cunliffe and Dr. Robinson at the Oxford Centre for Maritime Archaeology have formulated a bit of a theory. They think that Thonis suffered from a structural flaw which undermined its overall strength. The Egyptians had built a city upon a portion of the Nile Delta which was particularly susceptible to subsidence, a gradual collapse of the sediment under its foundations. The collapse may have been worsened by the sheer weight of the colossal structures built upon the many islands of Thonis. The area was also prone to earthquakes, which may have caused enormous tidal waves.
Sweden also got the record for the biggest bound ever, 67 kilograms. 6'7", and 20 kilograms bronze. Wow.
Even before its final sinking, Thonis had to wage a centuries-long struggle against the elements. Eventually, rising sea levels and subsidence may have caused a final collapse in the area.
But while sea level was low, why wasn't it scraped? I just don't get it.
The entire city to drop by about 12 feet under sea level. But now we move on to the question of how did it disappear from our memory. This is even more difficult to explain, and we can only really speculate here. As
especially
we know, the foundation of
such large, majestic sculpture and stuff.
The great port city of Alexandria may have contributed here. Alexandria became the main hub for maritime trade in the Eastern Mediterranean, and the importance of Thonis, it just waned over time. When the Romans took over, they dealt another blow to the city simply by ignoring it. As testified by the almost complete lack of Roman-era findings, the empire must have favored Alexandria or other ports for their trade or naval purposes. Another contributing factor may be religious. Thonis was the main religious center dedicated to the cult of Amun and
Let me finish.
To a lesser extent to Happy and Heracles. Romans may have diverted the attention of worshippers to other cults, and during the Christian era, the cult of Amun barely resisted until the 5th century CE, before disappearing completely. All these possible theories do not imply that records of Thonis were actively removed from history. What may have happened is that historians, chroniclers, and other authors may have simply started ignoring the proud port, favouring descriptions of Alexandria and its lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. And the world would have continued to ignore Thonis, relegating it to
California Scrub J takes without response. California Scrub J
statistician and a magnetometer.
All right, let's see. Teaching of Thonis. All right. What were we looking up next? Let me see.
The story of Thonis carries a warning. Our cities are not eternal. Nature in the form of subsiding foundations, tidal waves, or rising sea levels can exact its toll and reclaim our proud accomplishments to an eternity under the sand. Or rather, maybe than nature itself, I should say our lack of respect and of consideration for nature. Warnings aside, I do hope that this video has inspired you to learn more about the wonders of ancient Egypt, and maybe even seek out one of the exhibitions about the findings.
All right, thank you, Simon. California Scrub J. Bam. The California Scrub J. I was about to look up something for Denmark holds the record of fines for Viking sacred gold bracelets. When boys became warriors, they were given gold bracelets and swore sacred oaths to their kings and jarls. Jarls? I don't even know what a jarl is. Somebody mentioned something that I wanted to look up and I forgot what it was. Damn it, I should have freaking copied it down. Oh, maybe it was off of Florida. Spanish gold galleon, coast of Florida. The sunken treasure of the Spanish galleons, primary lost. So look at these handfuls of gold that they have. Like, look at all this. And like, this is very, like, I think that they pulled up like tons of gold. And the Spanish government said, we want it back. So the guy that found it, let's see if we can find a story on it. Discovery. Salvage, 715 Fleet, Queen's Jewels. Okay, they found 1,051 silver and 5 gold coins. No, that wasn't it. That absolutely wasn't it. Okay, here's one with 400 million in gold, silver, and jewels from a hurricane off of Florida. Just about just scattering them. Cargo. Okay, recent discoveries. Right, okay, the exclusive rights. Okay, so it says they hold exclusive salvage rights to it. Okay, so all right, maybe Spain lost lost the I mean, it should have been way after freaking the statute of limitations. Talk about 1715. Largest shipwreck of gold found. San Jose, okay. 200 tons, this is it. 200 tons of gold worth between 17 and $20 billion. Remains on the ocean floor. Here it is. This is the one. This is the one going international legal battles. The ship of gold, 280-foot steamer, sank off the Carolinas in 1857 during a hurricane, discovered in 1988. So whoever lost $20 billion in 1857 didn't go back to look for it. Okay, here's another one. The 1622 Spanish had 125 gold bars and tens of thousands of silver coins, emeralds, $450 million. Discovered in 88, salvage operations yielded over 346 gold bars and thousands of gold coins worth hundreds of millions of dollars today. It's freaking crazy. Denmark coal yards are running. Yeah, they got high income tax. Yeah. 39 to 40%. Yeah, it's a massive steamer. Why were they carrying so much gold? Like, was somebody moving from Spain to America and they wanted to bring all their gold with them? Like, what's the story behind it? In Central America. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, I guess it was coming up from Central America. There's a ship of gold. Okay, the sinking. The ship was traveling from Cologne, Panama to New York City, transporting wealthy passengers and miners carrying their newly found wealth. Okay, so it's coming from the California gold rush. Ships in hurricane off the Carolinas, relentless waves took on water and the steam engines failed. But you figure that there would have been like a marker, a balloon, a buoy, something that somebody would have set up to come back and grab that gold. The aftermath. The massive wave crippled the vessel. 150 people were rescued. Women and children. 425 people crew were lost. Oh, maybe all the men that knew where it was at got killed. Loss estimated 400 to 500 million in modern value. Gold heavily impacted the banking industry. And impacted the banking industry. The sudden disappearance shook public confidence in the economy and directly contributed to the panic of 1857, leading to a major economic recession. That's odd. That's suspicious. That's suspicious. That seems to happen pretty often, like when a bunch of oil can't get out of the Middle East. According to Google, the original owners of the gold could not come back to get it themselves due to the technology of their era and the extreme ocean depth. In 1857, diving suit belts could only reach depths of 150 feet. It's physically impossible to reach a ship. The Spanish government will take it if you find it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. The recovery. In 1987, it was 160 miles off the coast, 8,000 feet deep. The treasure, considered one of the greatest treasures ever found, the Gold Rush era coins, heavy ingots, gold dust, further salvage. Later, 2014 Marine Expedition, another hold of 15,500 gold and silver coins at 45 gold bars. Auctioned, it says. So that wasn't the Spanish galleon, but that was freaking huge. 18% gold. The commercial gold belongs to various New York banks, insurance companies, paid out the losses illegally on record. Yeah. At one time, Spain had so much influx of gold and silver that it messed their internal economy, bought all goods and services elsewhere, and forgot to sell. Oh, wow. Yeah. I was learning, I was taught that Mansa Musa was the largest African ruler, like the richest man in the world, but come to find out it was all a lie. So freaking so crazy. Elizabeth, I took a ton of it from gold to Spain. Elizabeth, I took a ton of gold from Spain. There's more gold in the ocean than on land, right? Yeah, no, absolutely. A lot of gold recovery or gold mining, they have what it was called vacuum mining, and they just have a vacuum cleaner that basically on a boat, and they suck up it sucks up the sand, and it like the heavier gold falls to the bottom, so they like vacuum an area like 1 meter by like a meter by a meter square. And then they do that, and then they use a different vacuum to take that stuff up. So the sand gets taken away, and anything that was heavier would have fallen out of the vacuum. And then they can pull the gold off and stuff like that. That's a win-win for the insurance companies and the owner of the gold. Both got paid. Right, so it seems kind of odd, because think about it. They can't prove how much was on there. The guy that weighed the gold when they loaded the ship knew how much was on there, and then so the people that there was insured, whoever said it to be insured, said that could be serious fraud unless it was actually all recovered and then said yes. But then what are they going to do? Freaking 100 years later, 150 years later almost, we want to play around in space and don't hardly know anything about the oceans. Yeah, that always amazes me too. Indus Valley nuclear. The India's Indus Valley. I thought you said India. That's what it was earlier. That didn't know anything about it in their own minds. Right. We don't even know about our bodies. The science is finally starting to figure out how our health actually works. And that's just the past year. We lack the technology to explore our own water. Right. Come up with that technology and you'll be a rich man. So somebody said something about India getting nuked. Was it India or the Indus Valley? Or is it two different things? Indus Valley? Is that what it was? Indus Valley nuking. Okay. I thought you said India. Oh, it is Indian civilization. Okay. Wrong. I was thinking of India. We can think of multiple things simultaneously. We can explore. Yeah, sure, we can, sure. But we're not teaching our up and coming children the things that they need to know to do this. So it's only going to be people that are already that already have wealth that can develop the technologies rather than our educational systems doing it. Yeah, and then waste a bunch of resources, right? But okay, nothing delights archaeologists more. Okay, let's see if I can find a. Let's find this. We'll do this here. Let me close some of this stuff down. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I didn't copy it right.
What if I told you that one of the...
I like to imagine that some of the early sea creatures and dinosaurs went deep into the ocean, adapted to the environment down there. Still not. It absolutely might be a possibility. We still find new deep sea animals every year. Bunch of parents need to educate children before school. I agree, 100%. There's this level of importance. Deflecting an asteroid is incredibly important, but I don't ever hear science community working on it much. Right. Right, and you never hear about it. You hear about detection, and they think that they're going to find something. But then, you see, they say that they're detecting it. But the thing is, I think that's a whole cash grab also, because we always miss stuff. There's always in 3 days there's going to be a flyby. It just showed up on our radar. Okay, great. Well, that's 3 days. What I thought you were supposed to find things 10 years out, and it's billions and billions of dollars of radio telescopes built all over the world. I'd rather fantasize about Elon Musk colonizing Mars. What up, Mario? Suddenly science. Yeah, I do a bunch of science. Fart rockets won't get anywhere. All right, let's see.
Ancient civilizations.
All right, hold on. That's freaking wackadoo.
The Indus Valley civilization. The funny part is that this is a big site, right? You can see how complex it is.
Yeah.
They had no historical evidence of that. There's no text. It was not mentioned in any books. It was
really?
Yep. It was found as an accident. They found it by accident, right? They were not searching for this. Nobody knew this existed, right? So they found it. They thought the you see that big structure over there on the top? It looks like a dome. They thought it was a Buddhist stupa, and they tried to excavate it, and they realized it's a big city.
No, right? So that's where it started.
So they saw the top of that and dug everything out.
Yeah, a Buddhist monk took I think it was a British guy, and they said, "Look, here's an old Buddhist stupa." And then they found a flint scraper. Do you know what that is? Like a small little flintstone.
Yeah.
To scrape the skin of animals. It's called a flint scraper.
Yeah.
In archaeology. So he found a flint scraper, and then he said, "Oh wow, this must be a very ancient site." So he excavated this. And then they don't even know the real name of that place, okay? This is called Mohenjo-Daro.
There's no text to corroborate this place.
Not from outside. We found the script inside.
Inside.
But if you had how do we know Rome was really great because everybody wrote about them.
Yeah,
right.
Everybody wrote about
Right,
Rome.
right,
Others wrote about Rome.
right.
We have Greeks talking about Egypt, right? But
right.
so
It was part of the lore of the culture. People talked about their history, just like you hear people today talk about my great grandfather was this or that, and they did this.
And a great civilization like
Emu
this
War.
existed.
I'm familiar with the Great Emu War in the other side of the planet, Great Barrier Reef. What's the name of that country? Australia. Yeah, we'll check it out after this. This guy absolutely insane to make shit up. This guy here or me?
So people were not searching
Maybe they were just
for the
glazing
Indus
each other.
Valley, and they found it
Danny Jones.
accident.
How you doing, Cole?
Actually, and what was the funny story? And you know what? And they don't know the name of this place either, right? They don't know the original name of Mohenjo-daro. So you know what Mohenjo-daro means? That's just a name given by the locals.
No, what does it mean?
It means
It means let me drink my coffee.
It means the mounds of the dead.
Mounds of the dead, huh?
Yeah, they're trying. So I often think names like this are given because people know that there will be treasure possibly found there, and they want to keep foreigners away from checking it out. Oh, you freaking! Nobody talked about this city, right?
Yep.
Why do the locals call it that?
Buried,
They thought it
right?
was tombs?
How would you bury a city like that without a great flood? You know, take me down the kangaroo town.
No,
where they find dead bodies in there?
Crazy story, man. This is too much of a conspiracy theory.
It's a conspiracy theory. Oh God, now I need it. I need you to inject that into my veins. They didn't find any organic material buried in there with all that
They
stuff.
found skeletons.
They found skeletons.
Yep.
From the same age? From thousands of years?
The dating is very hard because now the Pakistani government has to date it.
Yeah, tell me that conspiracy about the dead. The what'd you call it?
Mound of the
Dead.
Mound of the Dead.
Yeah, so
that's probably testing nuclear weapons, and then they buried all of their. I always wondered why the Emu War they had weapons like animals are evolving. Brother, listen, we'll get into it. They lost it twice. The emus won. They had to give up, I believe, twice. I know once for sure, but I believe there was a small attack and then a huge attack with machine guns, Gatling guns, and stuff like that, and they still lost. But we'll watch it after this. In parts of Greece and Serbia, Bulgaria, it's fine. You find a hand-like skeleton bones in a place of treasure artifacts buried. You got any, Cole? They lost. Yes, they lost the war. Yeah, they had to put up all these fences. We'll get into it right after this. I just want this guy to get to the nuclear part. They used the hand of war. Right. Like, let's not go here. This is scary. Right, yeah.
Tell me this.
Okay, yes. So according to ancient texts, Rama, Lord Rama. This is in a text.
Isn't it fascinating that several countries have myths and local stories about sea monsters that all resemble plesiosaur? Yeah, the plesiosaur. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Scotland has Nessie. North America has Champ. Canada has Ogobogo, and Norway has Soma. Yep. We can do this all night.
Okay, Lord Rama kind of initiates a weapon. This is almost a nuclear weapon. Okay, and he has initiated this, and then they decide that they want to. They don't want it nuking a city, right? So they put it in a place called Drumatulya, right?
Drumatulya.
And these places, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, are found in those places that's mentioned in ancient texts. Okay, so what did they find in these sites in the Indus Valley civilization?
The Vedas are very old. Definitely
high
talk about
levels of
history.
radiation.
Yeah. That's what he's talking about now. Yeah,
Yep.
Obviously
They found very high levels of radiation. They also found that the rocks were vitrified. They thought they found glass at first, but the
very high
rocks have
temperatures.
turned
Imagine if those
into
dinosaurs went
almost-
deep underwater and somehow survived. Technically, one male, one female. That's right. Yeah. Their own Adam and Eve, right? Right. Yeah. They could just continue to populate the underworld, the underwater world. I used to say a few years ago they used nukes in ancient India. Yeah. Here you go.
It's like glass. It's called vitrification of rock.
Right.
Okay, and that only happens when you put it through extremely high temperatures at a very rapid
Very short,
pace.
very
You have
short
to-
time.
You have to push it to
if you heat it up for too long, it will flow. But if it's a big pulse of very high heat, then it has enough heat to melt the surface, but not enough because heat transfer is very slowly through rock. So if it was slow heating, the rock would heat up the same temperature equally, and then it would melt pretty equally. But when it gets flashed, like from a nuclear explosion, it gets glassed. Because it's so fast, it's so hot that it starts to melt the first layer, so to speak, and the rest of it stays cool, and then the heat source stops because it's just a pulse. I'm lost in these memories, living behind my own illusion.
very high temperature in a very quick time span. If you do that, then the rocks will turn into glass. Okay, it's called vitrification of
It's called
of stone.
Minecraft. Also, why
and they found
did the false flag operation fail? Like, bro, they would have survived if they would have never done the operation in the first place. Good question, Mario. That theory about lakes under Antarctica, under miles away. Yeah. Listen, they're pulling bacteria and stuff out of that, out of really deep boreholes. I feel like it's very odd that these myths are about large sea creatures with long necks, large fins, horse head. They all see, yes, they all, it's very, very interesting. This is why it's so interesting to read world history on your own, not to be taught it by some wackadoo. If you go and you read like the holy books around the world and the oldest artifact texts that you can find, rather than just reading a book that somebody wrote for school in 1995 or 2015 or whatever, because it's all, you can only fit so much in. So if you find something you're interested in, you can follow that rabbit hole rather than just getting a very top level of a whole bunch of topics. What's up, Galaxy Wolf? Did you hear the Russian story about what they found? What'd they find? You doing good, brother? Good. Glad we're getting it done.
In a weird situation or something like that. So some are saying, I think there was one guy who wrote
here.
Yeah, here in Indus Valley, in Mohenjo-daro specifically.
I've heard of this. I think I saw something about this recently.
Yes. So they're saying that there was an ancient nuclear bomb that went off in Mohenjo-daro.
Type in skeletons after Mohenjo-daro.
What's up, Tara?
Wow. Look at that
Pretty good
pit
day.
of them.
Yeah.
And there's one laying there in the middle just by itself.
Still holding a freaking...
So the theory is...
Holding a baby. Wow.
Oh my God, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Looks like a parent with kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying, well, I think this book details
threesome.
that these are not burials.
Bro's yapping like it's been
right? You're not going to bury three people like this.
It was like a
this
massacre.
Happened, yes, this happened instantly, like when a bomb exploded in this place.
Type in massacre instead of skeletons. There you go. Okay, there's a set of stairs with a skeleton
Very
just
unlikely,
laying
but
around
it
the
should be
stairs.
true. I want to see a creature with eyes before you go.
These clearly aren't
Thank you, Brother
burials.
Galaxy.
People that just happened to die here. Wow. So something happened that incinerated the face of the earth right here.
Something very quick.
Because they found the vitrified glass.
It would have to be very
they
fast.
found
but not pressure wave. A pressure wave bomb would blow the bones and the bodies all over the place. So it had to just be heat and not a sound wave, a pressure wave that would, body parts flying everywhere. They're still in the same, and they're not covered with lava and like their heads are still connected to their bodies. You know, like that's what's very interesting when you see stuff like this, because it would be high heat, low pressure. Like, you know what I mean? Like the pressure of the bomb pushing the air out, would people be flying through the air, and as their body parts were ripped off. And
the guy who wrote the book, he talked about the skeletons and how you can see that these are not buried, right? These are just, you don't bury people on stairs. Right. So it happened there, and they found very high levels of radiation, and they found vitrification of stone.
And one really interesting thing too about the we won't
and you
get
can
into that
also
yet,
find those
bro, even
evidence
if they were
in ancient
stoned,
Indian
they have
texts.
died and
they're
breathing
saying
in,
that
some died.
there was a
Sure. But the glazing of the rock shows evidence of very, very high heat pulse. So I mean, they could have died by breathing something in, absolutely. But usually, like the way that family, like how they were like holding each other close, like, oh shit, and all kinds of people just falling where they lay. It could have been a big carbon monoxide, whatever, any non-oxygen heavy gas. 47 sub, brother, make it happen.
An atom bomb that went off thousands of years ago in Mohenjo-daro. And they're saying that explains why we never hear about the Indus Valley civilization. You know, why it was just...
You know what? The opening of the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, it's crazy. Tiny diamonds. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely scary. Knowing that they had somehow had the power of incinerating, eviscerating people, just that like...
Impact or something, or
no animals came to take the bones away. Like if it was a bomb that didn't kill the animals would eventually come up and take the leg bone away, eat this, take the skull, scatter the bones around. So it's like they got vaporized, then buried. Possibly we won't go there yet. Sorry.
A solar flare or something that came and just like
could be.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
up whatever
this
you
is
want.
exactly what happened, but I'm saying,
write a book about it.
Is this what it is?
Mm-hmm. Something definitely happened. I mean, it's clear something happened.
Yeah.
But I mean, what are the chances of them having an atomic bomb?
Yeah.
What, 4,000 years ago?
Yeah, they're talking about 5,000 years ago.
There's no writings.
Mahabharata.
There's no writings about ancient atom bombs.
Just that.
There is.
So it's called the Brahmastra. That's the most common weapon that most people in India know about. It's called the Brahmastra. Brahmastra. Yeah. So you typically deploy the Brahmastra. It just destroys the entire city. It just completely destroys the whole city. There's the
structures are still there. I'm laughing at the dancing virus image you get. I'm still laughing at the dancing virus image you get and dancing in the middle of the street while people are honking at you.
How high the temperature goes, how it looked like a sun when the explosion happened. How all the vegetation was completely wiped off and there were no plants or trees growing for the next 12 to 25 years. They talked about how the people were all killed immediately. They talk about how the future generations had diseases.
Cancers.
Very similar.
Oh my God. And then I just remembered that Oppenheimer's quote came from the Bhagavad Gita, right? Yeah. Destroyer, I am become death.
Yes. He said that.
So he knew about this.
Well, some people say that. Well, we don't. It would be quite a coincidence.
What if they found uranium tried to make durable objects?
Right.
Bhagavad Gita is a part of that text, Mahabharata.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So, I mean, enriching it's very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. They may have found who knows, 5,000 years ago there may have been more enriched, and uranium deposits are still really, really like that are really, really dense. Like now they've all been mined and whatnot. So you're finding scattered, like not the big chunks of uranium and stuff that came out that were closer to pure would, but they're not going to explode on their own. They're just going to melt your hands off, like, give you cancer over the course of a couple of days and whatnot. Yeah, or they already knew how, right? That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. All right, the Great Emu War. Oops. It's a natural fission era. Yeah, there's natural fission. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, let's see. There we go. Oops.
And thinks, yes, please. For the man who pictures himself being eaten by a snake in the burning outback while eating a Vegemite sandwich and thinks,
Vegemite sandwich.
Yes,
yeah, right.
please.
That's right. A very dense vein. It's not a big hunk of rock with little, very like flakes of uranium throughout it. That's like what we would get now, and then we'd have, just like with gold, when we get gold like that, and then we got to break up all the rock, melt everything out, acids and bases and blah blah blah. But back before it was all mined out, yes, there would have been big ass hunks. The Timu War. I'll be right back.
And that man was Governor Arthur Phillip, who landed in eastern Australia in 1788, presumably saw a dingo being eaten by a crocodile, being eaten by a death adder, being eaten by a koala, being eaten by Mel Gibson, and thought to himself, yes, good. Now I know what you're thinking, but oversimplified, the British didn't discover Australia, the Vikings did. And you'd be wrong. I'm not sure why you'd think that. But hey, if you love Vikings so much, then why don't you check out today's sponsor? Vikings War of Clans was inspired by the PC strategy and RPG games of the 90s we all loved, like Age of Empires and Civilization. If you, like me, want to relive those memories again with a new experience, then this mobile game is for you. Vikings lets you choose your own playstyle, and what makes its world so addictive is that more than 20 million online players are constantly changing the way it evolves by never-ending fighting over resources, forging new alliances, and competing in live events. Support my channel by downloading Vikings for free, only from my links in the description box below, and get the special bonus of 200 gold coins and a protective shield.
Monk's incorrigible. He is incorrigible. Incorrigible.
Man,
Treating
this is great.
critical
The market will
MASD.
continue to grow forever. But what if it
I
doesn't?
had to pee in the
I
toilet.
never thought of that. Sell. And the stock market crashed, which led to economic downturn, which meant banks wouldn't lend anyone any money, which led to more economic downturn, which meant everyone stopped buying stuff, which led to more economic downturn. And hey, what if all the crops in the Great Plains were destroyed in a drought and then a big dust storm engulfed the area? That's right, more economic downturn. And in an effort to combat the crisis, America began imposing tariffs on foreign imports, which made the economic downturn go global, and the earth got really depressed. But one nation that was hit harder than most by the whole affair, Australia. The problem for Australia was that it relied heavily on its export industries, and in the current economic climate, no one was buying. To make things worse, Australia had introduced its own currency and pegged it onto the gold standard via the British pound, but then the UK started messing with its own peg on the gold standard, and if this is starting to sound confusing, then let me oversimplify it for you. Hey UK, looks like my car is broken down. Want to give me a tow? No problem, friend. I got you.
Nice.
More economic downturn. The point I'm trying to make is things weren't good, and in particular, it was Australia's farmers that were suffering most. After the First World War, Australia had given returning veterans land for farming, but with the current economic crisis, the farmers just weren't making enough money, and many left to go find work in the cities. But
What
for
if
those who
someone made a
remained,
good
things were-
decision? Never. It doesn't happen. And made a bad decision next. Are they an angel or devil, or half angel, half devil? Well, it depends. It depends what the good decisions and bad decisions are, and ultimately a life full of them, what that ends up being. But right, they're just human. They're just sinners.
About to get even worse.
It depends
Before we
how
get
bad the bad decisions are, and if you ultimately find the good decision that you're supposed to be looking for.
Into that, it's time for some cultural exchange. My national bird is the bald eagle. It's a strong patriotic symbol of America and a deeply valued and protected species. My national bird is the peafowl. It's a beautiful creature whose vivid colors represent India, so we list it as a protected species. My national bird is the emu, and it's a pest. Also
Right, that doesn't
bloody
make any
delicious.
sense.
Emus, 6 feet tall, 90 to 120 pounds, and able to run at speeds up to 40 miles per hour, usually return to the coast after their breeding season. But suddenly they found Western Australia full of lush, wet farmland.
Oh, right.
Oh my, look at all this
all
delicious
of the
wheat that
people
just
that
so
came
happens to
home
be
from
growing
the
here in
war that got all that land given to them so that they could start being farmers, started growing all this stuff. So then when the emus went over there after their orgy, I've been doing so well since I got pregnant. Good, Monk. Good, good.
Hey guys, get a load of this. You know, mine. Look at all this. Just really good. Really wow. Grains every day. Hey, who left this big hole in the fence? Guys, get a load of this. Oh, wow.
If the emu started a war, how did they get weapons? You'll see, brother.
What a lovely morning for some farming. What? Those damned emus, they have it in for me. They're bullies. They're nothing but bullies. Calm down, Bruce. They're just animals. It's not personal. Hey, Farmer Bruce, where did you find that hat? The toilet?
Oh.
Yes. 20,000 emus cost the already struggling farmers millions more pounds in lost crops and damages. The situation couldn't continue like this. Something had to be done. So in 1932, the farmers turned to the government for help. You'd think they'd go to the Minister of Agriculture, but these farmers said no. This is a job for the military. So they went to George Pierce, the Minister of Defense. That's right. Australia was to go to war with the emus. But not everyone was happy with the idea. This is barbaric. We can't go slaughtering thousands of our own national bird. Oh, come on, guys. The machine guns will make it quick and painless. Machine guns? You're using machine guns? This is animal cruelty. Look, I know it's unusual, but it's not like we're poachers turning the birds into feather hats. Think of the benefits. It'll be good target practice for our boys. The government can show it took action. Plus, I can get myself a nice new feather hat. Did I say feather hat? I meant I want to together chat. With you about getting you all some nice new feather hats. Did I say feather hats? I meant I want to wage terror at these emus and turn them all into feather hats. Damn it. Of course, Pierce first made the farmers sign an agreement saying that they would pay for the whole thing and that Pierce wouldn't take any of the blame if the operation, that was clearly very stupid, turned out to indeed be stupid. And the operation went ahead.
So basically, the brilliance of the Australian government hasn't gotten any better since then. The emus won since how you'll see.
Meredith and his men were sent with 2 Lewis machine guns to hunt down and take out the evil emu population in Western Australia. Target spotted. Well, was it an emu? No, sir. It's an emo. Damn it, Jones. Learn your vowels. I'm sorry. Okay, it looks like the humans are coming for us. But check this out. I've come up with an amazing plan. See if you can follow me here, okay? When they approach, we run away. Sir?
Right, so emus are wide when facing this way, but skinny when facing this way. But watch, just watch. I know I keep pausing it,
along with the machine gunners to capture
watch
some good old propaganda for the government. And the first battle took place in November at Campion. The men spotted a mob of emus from a distance, so they set up their guns and opened fire. The emus split up into smaller groups and ran in every direction. The men were only able to kill what they called a number of birds, but the vast majority got away. Cut! Surprisingly, many of the emus
that was the first battle part of the war. Humans lost.
Take multiple bullets, but still run at full speed to safety, causing Meredith to compare them to tanks, saying if we had a military division with the bullet-carrying capacity of these birds, it would face any army in the world. Okay, we need to get closer. No, you idiots, not to me, to the emus. Oh, sorry.
Why can't I see an evidence of the Chicxulub crater while looking at satellite? These aren't the questions you're supposed to be asking, Andy. If the emus ate wheat, they're faster. So it's possible, ND, that's all crap. It's possible that a bunch of experiments blew up the world, and then everybody had to restart, and they were like, look, the ones that stayed alive were like, look, we can't tell everybody what we did. So as the population starts being rebuilt, we're gonna say, hey, it was a big asteroid. No, I don't know. Let's see. There should be some Chicxulub data. But that's the thing. It's only data from the people that post the data, right? Let's see. There should be Google Earth. Here you go. Let's see what we can find. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Chicxulub crater. Let's see if we can go to layers. There you go. Yeah, can't see it, brother. That's odd, isn't it? But yeah, well, a lot of it's underwater over here in this area. Supposedly. There you go, brother. Welcome to the rabbit hole. Welcome to the rabbit hole.
I like it. So next, they tried sneaking up on a large number of emus near a local dam and firing at short range. Maybe the men were just unlucky, but my professional opinion says the emus were magic, because both guns jammed after just 12 emus were killed, and once again, the rest got away. Cut!
There you go.
The men were feeling a little humiliated after losing...
If that's the impact crater that they said wiped out the dinosaurs worldwide. Right? So you would think that it would be a lot of deformation and a lot of ejected material from the impact site. You would have absolutely expect that. You're thinking the right thing. All right. Yeah. Search up Minecraft. There's an Easter egg. It's on. We'll check it out after this, brother. Right. Exactly. Right. Considering much smaller asteroids have hit and left much larger craters.
To a pack of discount ostriches, so they decided to move further south where the emus were said to be tamer. And this time, they had a new strategy. Okay, Jones, here's the plan. You mount the machine gun in the back, I'll chase the emus, you shoot. Got it? Got it.
Nice.
I'm gonna shove that camera up your... The operation was a fiasco, and the press had a field day. In Parliament, Pierce was lambasted, and an opposition party member suggested that medals should be handed out to the emus, who had won every round so far. Pierce, feeling quite humiliated, called the operation off, but 4 days later the farmers approached again and said, "Hey man, the emus are still eating all our crops. Can you send the army back out here?" And Pierce was like, "Yeah, okay." So the operation was back on for round 2.
Here you
and
go.
this time Meredith and his men had learned the emus' guerrilla tactics and were much more successful, with reports suggesting the men were cutting down 300 emus every week. I hope you boys are getting great footage of this. What on earth are you filming? Despite the success, the media had lost interest
I always
in the
imagine the whole
but
Gulf
with
of
1,000
Mexico
emus
was a
killed,
crater.
Pierce
It
finally
looked
ended the
circular.
operation and returned to Parliament declaring victory for the humans.
This is the problem with knowledge. Knowledge is what other people tell you that you believe that you're learning, and truth may or may not. The truth may or may not matter.
So there were 20,000 emus out there destroying crops, and you've killed 1,000. Meaning there's still 19,000
All right,
emus.
hold on. Sorry. We'll do this. Let's do this. All right. Okay. So let's see. So this is how you know there's something weird. When you look for this and it just shows you graphics. They didn't even AI these, and they didn't even actually use the actual maps. They're just showing you graphics. Like, look, here it is. It's this red circle right here. See, it's right there. We showed you where it was. It's right there. Overall, 200 kilometer crater, richest point on the map, right? Much bigger than that. It should have been much bigger than that. There was a machine gun generating emus. Would the emus win or the humans win? If there was a machine, but the humans lost anyway, Mario. So the humans would have lost even worse. All right, so let's see, and then like you get stuff like this, more artist depictions. Okay, so let's see what they say. In 1978, working for Mexican state-owned oil company, part of an airborne magnetic survey, the Gulf of Mexico, Penfield's job was to use geophysical data to scout possible areas for oil drilling. The offshore magnetic data Penfield noticed anomalies whose depths they mapped. They obtained onshore gravity data from the 1940s when the gravity maps and magnetic anomalies were compared. Okay, Penfield describes a shallow bullseye, 110 miles in diameter, appearing on the otherwise non-magnetic. So they found a magnetic crater rather than magnetic. Now, right, I could not find any real footage. That's right. Right. You're not going to find any real footage. It's oil companies and whatnot that are telling you this stuff. And if the world's anime, and the thing is, so you have an oil company that goes out and does this magnetic geosurvey, and then science turns it into a course and a curriculum that they're going to sell in colleges for people to learn how the dinosaurs died. But it's theory. It's not fact, but it's taught as fact. The Ruse win. The Ruse would definitely win. Yeah, absolutely.
Use out there. Yep. And in addition, you've burned through 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Meaning you wasted 10 rounds per confirmed kill. That's right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call this one for the emus. At least I got a feather hat. What? So in the end, the emus won the Great Emu War of 1932. And the emus continued to wreak havoc on the farmers for years to come. The government introduced a bounty system, which saw some success. But for a moment, let's take some time to remember the brave men who said goodbye to their families and risked their lives to take on the great, evil emu population in Western Australia.
Isn't that crazy?
But even more importantly, let's think of the friends they made, the bond they created, and the memories they shared.
Beautiful. All right, so let's see. I bet you we can find a bunch of civil. Okay, the part nobody sees. All right, let's see what. Okay, let's see what they say here. Okay, I need to tell you. Look at the really false flag. I know. Okay, we can look at. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of false flag wars. Which one are you talking about?
Roam the earth, leaving behind nothing but a huge.
See now, look what they're showing us.
Crater. Yeah, we're in the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, and underneath there's Chicxulub, a massive crater. Now, if there's this immense hole, there must be a meteor too, right? Well, weirdly, no one has ever seen the actual remnants of the space rock itself. It's a bit weird.
The big evidence of the asteroid is one, the crater we can only measure through underground layers underground, not visible, and the amount of iridium in the air that could be asteroid, but could other bunch. That's right, absolutely. It could be a natural deposit. It could be natural deposits. We don't know. It could be dumps from other stuff. We got no idea. We got whatever what other people tell us. But why? Well, yeah, it's infuriating when you learn this stuff.
Considering how
it's infuriating because you learn that the education you get from this is what you pay for, and people just create things to teach, and often a lot of the stuff isn't true, and it's later found, okay, this isn't that. This happened, like there actually was a swimming pool here. It could have been an old volcano that ejected all of that out of there. Right, because they never found any evidence. So the evidence is what they tell us. And the thing is, I could say that right here in my neighborhood there was a blah 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 blah, and then I could find various stuff and trinkets and whatever, and I could say this could be from this that converted to this over millions of years of decay, and you can't prove me wrong because you can't go back millions of years to say, oh, here it is before its radioactive decay, right? So it just doesn't work. Swimming pool. Yeah, brother. Yeah, listen. It's all. I'm gonna say it again. It's all how it's marketed to you. It's all how they want you to believe it. How they take their topic and how they advertise it and market it to people. I'm sorry you don't like to hear it when I say it, but that's what everything is. Everything is how it's marketed. How they tell you about it. The truth doesn't matter. And they can tell you that drinking this freaking energy drink gives you a freaking whatever. And they can find people that it appears that it has done that for them. And they'll show you this evidence and whatnot. But it doesn't mean it happened because nobody can prove it. And people could disprove it, but they're going to make more money helping this oil company prove it by coming up with more ideas. Brainwashing, yeah.
It is. After all, many think the same meteor that created the crater is the one that wiped out dinosaurs.
Here he says, some think. But it ends when after it goes through years of schooling and whatnot, it goes from some think to it happened. Everybody worries about healthcare when one rock kills anything. I don't know if you would call it marketing, but it's most definitely manipulating behavior. Right. It's how their product is advertised to you, how they market it to you, that's what it is. It's a product. They're creating something to get money off of. And if they want to, if they found something there, like a gold mine or diamond mine or whatever, they could make something like this up to make it so the local government or the government of that area won't allow it to be mined while they're mining it. They can, and it's just wackadoodle stuff. I'm about to buy an energy drink and a cigar. With no help, do it, monkey. Put the energy drink down. Back away.
Might have vaporized on impact, creating a massive explosion. Most of the meteor could have turned into gas or tiny fragments scattered across the atmosphere. Or it might still be here on Earth, just hiding. And scientists have finally discovered where to look for it. But
they discovered where to look.
It's not easy to reach. Around 66 million years ago, a giant asteroid went down and marked the end of the Cretaceous period. It slammed into what's now called Mexico, just north of Central America. The explosion from the impact triggered a global heat wave, which was followed by years of winter. It threw Earth into total chaos. The consequences of this catastrophe led to the extinction of more than 60% of life on Earth,
willpower.
Including
it might
all the
still be here. If it was such a big deal, why not do it? Right, Andy, right.
In dinosaurs like T-Rex and Triceratops.
Train you up.
It also took down flying reptiles, pterosaurs, and sea creatures like mosasaurs. Long story short, it was the end of the dinosaurs era. But don't be too sad about it, because it paved the way for the rise of mammals and you and me. Anyway, scientists have recently figured out where the infamous asteroid came from and where it ended up. The thing wasn't just wandering around Earth's neighborhood. This massive rock might have formed beyond Jupiter and headed straight for our planet. But we'll talk about that a bit later. First, let's look more closely at the collision that created the Chicxulub crater.
Let's look at it.
When the asteroid slammed into Earth, rocks from deep within the planet's crust were thrown up to 15.5 miles into the sky. It also created mountains taller than the Himalayas around the crater's edge. The asteroid itself, called the Chicxulub impactor, was about 6 to 9 miles in diameter. It hit Earth at a speed of around 12 miles per second, coming in at a 60-degree angle. I know, we're not in a geometry class, but the angle is important here, since it was exactly right to send the maximum amount of vaporized rock into the atmosphere. As a result, massive plumes of sulfur gases and fine dust shot up, blocking out the sun and causing what's known as an impact winter, which lasted about 15 years. At the time, dinosaurs reigned on Earth. They'd been around for nearly 200 million years before the catastrophe led to their disappearance. The meteor theory seems all plausible, and all the facts add up. But even now, not everyone agrees with that.
Good.
Some believe that dinosaurs were already on the brink of extinction before the asteroid impact, and the collision might have just sped up the process. Anyway, most dinosaurs were wiped out. But if scientists are right, then those who somehow managed to survive were the ancestors.
Not scientists are right. If scientists are right.
Of modern day.
And how do you get right? You get more funding and keep looking and find one trinket that you can take back that they'll say, oh, we're moving farther ahead. We'll fund you again for the next 10 years and keep looking. YouTube killed the television. Oh, my hoochie bob's off.
So we have an idea of what might have happened, but it took years of studies. The crater was first identified by scientists working for Pemex, a Mexican oil company, in the 1970s. And sometime later, scientists finally realized the mass extinction event that ended the Cretaceous period was because of the Chicxulub.
That's it right there,
One piece of evidence that
they showed you right there. There it is. See that little spot right there? That's it. That's the extinction event.
Period
Dinos
was
just
because of the
they said
Chicxulub.
we're out of here. They said we ain't got energy drinks. We gone. Yeah, we're out of cigarettes. They were the only traces of the asteroid Iridium. If you look up Iridium's rare earth, we can have it some natural. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm very familiar. Social media destroyed the thought process. I agree. Dinos' experience with uranium enriching. They have a lot of experience. Did the Nephilim make the dinosaur? Maybe.
One piece of evidence that pointed to the asteroid
There you go.
were the local fish back then. You see, when the asteroid struck, the immense force of the impact.
And notice that everything is animation. Asteroids have plenty of iridium. That's where it draws the conclusion that was an asteroid. So asteroids can be lots of different things. Some could be solid gold, some could be solid diamonds, some could be iridium and whatnot. But here, let's look. Iridium content of asteroids. Okay, asteroids contain significantly higher concentrations of iridium than Earth's crust, typically ranging from 0.5 to 20 parts per million compared to the crust levels of just 0.001 parts per million. Because iridium is iron-loving, most of Earth's original supply was drawn into the planet's core during its formation. Maybe, absolutely. John Goldbody. The immense force of my asteroid made my dink thin. Flattened that thing right out. Flatten it right
planet's
out.
surface. For example, it turned rocks into glass-like spherules. Now, spherules are like small spherical particles that can form from the rapid cooling of molten silicate droplets. And some of these spherules ended up in the gills of fish that were wiped out by the impact. So, when during another research, scientists studied these fossils, it became obvious to them that the asteroid strike had happened.
It also comes from underwater lava flow, underwater eruptions that when the vapor comes out of the underwater eruptions, it can form into those spheroids also.
And during springtime in the northern hemisphere. They figured this out by studying the lines of growth in the fish's bones. Yep, those can be read just like tree rings. Of course, throughout many years, researchers continued.
So how many millions of years ago did this happen? And we're still reading the fish bones from then. I'm just saying that the bones could have been contaminated many times over those millions of years from many different events. Are you telling me that impact asteroid would kill everything on the other side of the globe? That's what they're saying. Do you recall the last time you listened to Tornado Science for half an hour? We were on stream, I think.
Exploring the impact
sure,
site,
all the crap gets put into the air,
hoping to find
right?
new data about the catastrophe.
66 million years ago, right. And they're saying that we can't hardly find any dinosaur bones. We can find the bones that we find are basically they're stone. They've turned into stone. They've mineralized. So underwater fish bones, they wouldn't stay fish bones. They would have to be. So whatever happened over those bones, just if those fish never gotten eaten, and you don't think that big event would push those fish millions of miles away? I mean, I know there's not millions of miles, but that big wave that a 2,000 kilometer wide, yeah, it's definitely far-fetched according to the fossils and stuff, right? And also they find what they want to look for. So they say they don't say if we find this, they say we've found this and this could be from this. So they add to their own because they have what's called an assumption. They have an assumption that they're right. So they say, wow, this makes this happen, but they could have done 200 different ways. They could have also said an alien came down here and injected these spheroids and they have just as much evidence. It's there. It's there. They're finding this. So it's evidence that it's there. They have no idea. It could be, but there's no way to know. There's never going to be a way to know. Do you think the unsinkable ship prophecy next? Yeah.
Their best bet was to turn to the chemical record left behind by the asteroid, the debris of which is hiding under all those layers of rock and sediment.
Right, so they know that
Peninsula.
You're never going to find it. So they're never going to be proven right or wrong. So they're right.
So they studied the chemical signatures in rocks from the end of the Cretaceous period and found that the asteroid came from beyond Jupiter. And it wasn't just any asteroid. No, it was a carbonaceous chondrite, one of the oldest types of asteroids in the solar system. It most likely formed billions of years ago. These types of asteroids only come from the region beyond Jupiter. So the asteroid that caused the extinction event must have originated there.
Must have.
One of the main clues was ruthenium. It's a rare element in Earth's rocks, but much more common in asteroids. Scientists detected tiny amounts of ruthenium in the rocks, which helped them confirm that the asteroid came from outer space, not from a comet or volcanic eruptions.
But here,
in 2016,
it doesn't mean it was that asteroid. It could, for over 66 million years, a bunch of very small meteorites could have also come in and added those minerals in and around the Earth for millions of years. We get hit with little meteorites every day. So it's like, and you're talking about millions and millions and millions of years. So it doesn't. I thought all this asteroid stuff was melted and pulverized and into that. Right? Yeah. Well, you know what, brother? The truth is a funny thing.
Has also published the first results from a drilling expedition into the Chicxulub crater.
And they didn't find anything, so they just decided to turn this. This was probably a reason to drill for oil.
Managed to drill more than 4,000 feet beneath the seafloor, getting their hands on core samples containing pieces of the original granite bedrock.
And what if they would have found oil? I bet you they would have turned it into an oil well.
Deeply shocked and placed out of order on top of sedimentary layers. It supports the theory that the peak ring of the Chicxulub crater formed through a diamond.
Even though we're an oil company, we're not going to drill for oil, but we need to find this asteroid, so we're just going to drill a whole bunch here, even though it's probably illegal in this area because it's by the... According to Google, the asteroid was traveling with 10 to 20 kilometers per second and 200,000 kilometers wide, 200 kilometers wide. So it showed a completely pulverized and impacted and melted. No. Or it bounced. Right. And this is an interesting thing about the angle that it hits at. But is it Arizona? Crater Park. All right, look at this one. Look at this one. This is a freaking crater. This is a crater. Crater Park. This is like, you see this? Look how huge this crater is. The bottom when the impact happened, the bottom pushes up like a zit. So as it goes in, it blows all the dirt out on the outside, as you would expect. And just like when you drop a drop of water into still water, it has that jet that comes back up. That's what's created here in Crater Lake. Sure, yes. It bounced. Right, so and also crater Earth. Okay, so this is fake. But right here, this was the same way. You can see the big old Jamalama, and it's absolutely pronounced. And these were small, not 200 kilometers wide. Do you recall being a swinger back in the day? And then, you see, so they got photos of all this stuff. And then when they talk about the Chicxulub, they just give you graphics. It just drives me crazy.
Dynamic collapse process. Now,
it bounced off Earth. It landed on Mars. That's why we got to get to Mars to try to prove this part right, and the government will pay for it.
Scientists specifically targeted it in their exploration. The so-called ring is a circular ridge inside the crater rim. Similar peak rings can be found in the largest impact craters in our solar system, on the Moon, Mars, and Mercury. But on Earth, Chicxulub is the only well-preserved crater with a peak ring. This discovery also aligns with recent findings from NASA's lunar mission. It showed that the peak rings within the Orientale impact basin on the Moon had formed in an equivalent way to those at Chicxulub. The team is so eager to study the peak ring because they want to test their models of crater formation. Plus, they hope to find out whether this area could have been one of the first habitats for microbial life after the asteroid impact that wiped out dinosaurs.
So these are theories of creation events. They want to know if when there was nothing on Earth, not Chicxulub, but they want to know what brought life to Earth. Right, so they just try so hard.
The peak ring formed just minutes after the impact.
This is all theoretic. They got no idea. But they say these words like somebody watched it happen.
Bedrock, initially flowing like a liquid, rebounded into a central tower as tall as 6 miles before collapsing into the ridge we see today. This was followed by a layer of breccia. That's a jumble of rocks and impact melt. And after that, ocean tsunamis brought massive amounts of sandy sediment into the crater. Another find from 2016 was a 10-foot-long core, which revealed bits of granite and minerals from hot, fluid-filled cracks. That was a sign that they had finally entered the peak ring. Geophysicists from the University of Texas explained that they had expected the peak ring to be a large hydrothermal system, and they were drilling to confirm this. The team eventually reached deeper layers, drilling down to 4,380
Looking for
feet.
that oil.
The team was able to collect most of the core samples they hoped to get, and the samples they got were in great shape. They also gathered lots of useful data from the early Paleocene period and completed a successful scan of the drill hole. Now, scientists from around the world will need some time to fully study and understand what these findings mean. But they're sure that this mission will
So
help.
they don't know what they mean. They're like, we got a lot of data. We need money to find out what it means. But they're like, you know what? We're going to tell people we know what it means because they're going to say it as theory and hypothesis, and people aren't going to know the difference. 200 kilometers is not that big, like half the size of Denmark. How would it kill all life on Earth?
Help answer some big questions, like what exactly happened when the asteroid hit, how it wiped out the dinosaurs, and how impacts like that affect
So people don't know how it wiped out the dinosaurs. They just say it did. But they don't know if it did or not. They don't know. No, that's a huge problem with how we believe so like that. So that's a theory. That's absolutely a theory. It absolutely could have put up a bunch of dust that went in and blocked out the sunlight. It absolutely could have. But it doesn't seem to make much sense. It seems to make more sense if a huge volcano blew up a bunch of dust. Because if it's coming from outer space and it's hitting the surface, it's only putting surface dirt back up there, which would fall relatively quickly back to Earth. It only went back up 6 miles, which is pretty high. That's what it says, up to 6 miles. But still, that would have quickly fallen back down. Where all that other gas stuff, I mean, you know, I'm not a professional. If the moon explodes, we're cooked. Yeah, we're cooked. If the moon explodes, we're definitely cooked. Poor Dino committed suicide, so they couldn't scratch their necks. All right, what am I looking up, Mario? What did you say? Unsinkable ship prophecy? I don't even think I heard about this before. That's an hour and a half long. I don't think we'll be watching that right now. Yeah, that's like an hour long, brother. I don't think I can find anything shorter than that. The Titanic tragedy. But again, all that dust would block the sun. Right. Well, that's the thing. We don't really know. Like, how long would it have blocked the sun for? I mean, we don't know because we haven't done the experiments. We have guesses. But the thing is also, it may have put so much water up into the air, also vaporized steam, that would have basically worked as like a cleaning agent to bond the dust together and pull it back down as muddy rain, right? So we don't know. They just say things. Do you recall your last swinger? It was 1979. Oops. Okay. The unsinkable ship prophecy refers to the eerie parallels between the 1912 sinking of the Titanic and an 1898 novella Futility, later republished as The Wreck of the Titan by American author Morgan Robinson. Both real and fictional disasters involve massive state-of-the-art unsinkable luxury liners that hit an iceberg north of Atlantic April. Uncanny similarities. So yeah, brother. Yeah, you don't want to go down that rabbit hole either. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole and then get into the Rockefellers and the Astors. The richest people on earth, and the Rockefellers said that they were going to be on the ship with the Astors during the maiden voyage of the Titanic. Then the Rockefellers pulled out before launching, and then the Astors went. So that a couple of the Astors went, and then they sank, and then the Rockefellers were the one to be able to take over medicine in America. Crazy. And they said, hey, we'll tell everybody this happened, this thing. So this book, so it's basically like how art becomes, like how, like you see a lot of things in, like how the Simpsons seem to be telling the future. Or is it that people are finding things in the Simpsons that make a good idea to do something in the future? It's wackadoodle stuff. Did somebody mention the Rockefeller skank? All right, where am I at here? Let's see. Yeah, that stuff. The world's a very interesting place that we live in, I tell you. Let me see here. Let's see. How long would humans and animals survive the sun? If the sun disappeared, we would freeze solid in about a day. So we would stop being warmed within 8 minutes. So the last sunlight from the sun would reach us in about 8 minutes if the sun just turned off. And then the heat left over on the earth would keep us warm for about a day before it got so cold that we would just start freezing solid. But let's see. Somebody has to do something on there. How long would we live if the sun turned off? Let's see. It says humanity would have about 8 minutes and 20 seconds of normalcy. After that, total darkness would hit and surface temperatures would plunge. Okay, within days, without artificial life support, the vast majority of humans would starve or freeze with a few weeks to a year. Okay, so that's more than I thought. 1 second. Yeah, we would have to hide in caves. And you know what? You know what's also interesting? Have you ever heard that thing about if the center of the earth is so hot, why is the bottom of the ocean so cold? You would think if the center of the earth was so freaking hot that the bottom of the ocean would be warmer because it's closer to that. And then it would get cooler as you got closer to the surface, even with the sunlight. That's something interesting to think about too. You know, it's really interesting to think about how that stuff actually works. Like, why does it get so cold? Then light theory actually does make sense about the asteroid and extinction. Well, no, because we would still get sunlight. The sun would still warm that cloud. There's still a sun. And we would still get some type of like rays that would go through the dust, like heat. We would still get heat transferred through that. Yeah. So it wasn't. It could have been the beginning, but okay. Let's do that. Let's do that with the dust particles. So if the dust was just dust, it's theoretical. But if there was moisture, if a lot of dust went up, so would a lot of moisture. And then it would rain, and the rain would do what rain does, cleaning the atmosphere, cleaning that layer of air. So the dust would have to go like above where the rain clouds were and whatnot. But that would a lot of that stuff would fall down. And the rain that was already up there getting ready to fall. And then it's very. They don't ever get into it, so we would have to think about it for ourselves. A lot of the areas that are high in rain and whatnot, it might clear it out. It would have to go like much higher, but you don't understand how big the earth is and how small that is. Like the farther it goes up, the thinner that dust cloud would be. it would have to be very close to the Earth to have no holes in it at all. It would have to, like, the whole surface of the Earth would have to strip off and then go like a mile into the air. And it would thin out so much, and then it would work like a cloud. That one cloud would go around. It wouldn't thinly go around and block the whole planet off. It would be a big cloud of dust that would go around the Earth for a few days or weeks until it all starts to come out. Yeah, now it starts with Gail. How many minutes can the sun move around the sun? How many minutes can the sun move around the sun if it moves faster? Hold on, what? I don't understand what you're saying. How many minutes can the sun move around the sun if it moved faster for one day? I don't know what you mean, brother. I don't know what you mean. If the sun moved faster one day, I'm not understanding what you're trying to get across to me. I'm confused. All right, let's get. Ouch. Let's see. All right, let's see. It would also come down to what material, right? Like a lot of it would be rock and it would just fall right back down. A lot of it would be rock and a lot of it would be mud because it would be wet dirt and it would just fall back down. Like, why do we think it would just be dust? And where is all that dust going to come from? Because it's not that dry of land. Right? So a lot of it, what would go up would be mud and it would fall back down. Like if it landed in a pile of baby powder a mile deep and 50 miles wide, then yeah, it might put up enough baby powder if it was nice and dry, but it's putting up a lot of wet stuff. If there's two suns, I think Mario's stoned. If there's two suns, then what would happen? Then what would happen? If there was two suns, one went around the moon fast, one around the Earth faster, well, we would get twice as hot as we are now because we'd be getting twice as much solar radiation. So we would be dead. It would bleach us. We would just be burnt up. 2010, A Space Odyssey. Yeah, and this is the stuff. It's like nobody. We're not taught to think this way. We're taught to be like, okay, they're the experts. Don't second guess the experts. And it's just like, okay, well, I want to second guess the experts. And then when you start second guessing, you're like, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's see if we can find any data. It could be rock, it could be dirt, it could be iridium, carbon. I don't know what kind of chemical reactions could occur. Well, what they're saying, let's see. What material would be shot into space if an asteroid hit Earth? Okay, let's just see what they say, okay? When a large asteroid strikes Earth, it instantly vaporizes the impact site and excavates deep into the crust. The explosive source of rock vapor, glass, and pulverized rock high into the atmosphere. So it's going to be the rock that's here. And it's not going to be enough. I can't see that happening because it's only when it hits, it's going to go in a direction like this. It doesn't hit and then shoot straight up like that. It's going to be a big, like an explosion. So a lot of the stuff's going to arc and then come back to Earth too. And it's just like, I can't see it. Especially so close to water. Okay, sphericals. Melted drops of rock are thrown high into the atmosphere, and they cool and solidify and rain back down as tiny glass beads. The immense kinetic energy melts the bedrock of the asteroid to a superheated gas plume. Crustal debris and dust. Massive shock waves fracture and loss tons of sediment, dust, and pulverized rock into suborbital trajectories. Because the gravity is very strong, the highest escape velocity, MOA from impact plume, permanently escapes space. So the stuff that gets shot up really hard continues off away from Earth back out into space. The stuff that doesn't comes back. The super volcano, right. Because it's just pumping out like vaporized sulfur and like those big plumes, and that could. But that's not happening with an impact, with an impact coming from outside. What's up, plane crazy? But it's only happened once as far as we know, so who knows? It was only rock glass, so we don't really know what kind of material was in it. But it's not the material that was in the asteroid. It's what it was throwing back into space. It was what it's hitting. Like when you drop a rock into a puddle of water, the water comes up, not the rock. In this aspect, some of the rock would explode from superheating and whatnot, but it's what it hits is what it throws back up, the crust, what's in the crust. And where it hit was near water, so a lot of that would be water that's throwing back up into the air. Maybe it's something we've never discovered. No, I understand. No, do it. That's what you should be doing. Search up Mr. Ender BDT and find a video you like, because I can't stand science anymore because my brain gained too much knowledge. Yeah, you got to keep breathing, Mario. I'm talking about what chemical reaction could lead to dust or whatever block the sun. So you need a little bit of time for a lot of chemical reactions to take place. So what you're really going to have is just melting and stuff. If it would have to hit something, heavy stuff is that gets launched out is going to act like just like a SpaceX rocket. If the SpaceX rocket gets faster than the gravitational escape velocity, it leaves the planet and keeps going into outer space. And if it didn't have thrusters, it would just keep going with no more thrust. All keep going forever. So the stuff that was going that fast is not coming back to Earth, and it's not hanging there. The stuff that didn't go that fast would fall back down. Just like if you take a bunch of powder, and throw it up into the air, it falls back down. All right. So it has to like get weight, and there's going to be a lot of mud and stuff. It's not just going to be that. They still think that crater's deep. I don't believe the entirety of what they say. What's up, Raid? It was a good day. Good day. All right, let's see what we can find. Let's find something funny now. Let's see what we're going to do. I don't even know who Mr. Ender is. We'll look that up, but if it's crazy, we ain't watching it. Yeah, we're not going to watch Mr. Ender, brother. Yeah, that sounds memey as hell. I'd rather watch something funny. But it's funny. Okay, let's see. Let's see what's going on here. It's freaking hot, man. What's the temperature? Okay, all right. Well, let's ask also. Okay. What material would what material design? What material would a world-ending asteroid eject into space? Simple enough that it would fall back down and not really go with chemistry, but vapor, molten glass, carbon, water, who knows what's in the asteroid. Well, think about water vapor. Water vapor turns into rain and then when it gets heavy enough and it falls back down. Anything that was already on Earth is already on Earth because gravity brought it to Earth. So anything that gets thrown back up, unless it's going fast enough, if it's going fast enough, it's leaving and going to some other planet or star or whatever eventually, or going out through the vastness of space. Else it's going to come back down. All right. But when the volcanoes grow off, they're putting up a bunch of gas, cloudy gas and whatnot. And then that's why it hangs around so long, that light soot. But that's what's coming out from the inside of the Earth, right? Now maybe if the asteroid was big enough, but if it was big enough, if it was big, the math doesn't work. Too much knowledge. Mario, you might have to go to bed, brother. Could it possibly lead to an event we have not studied scientifically for? Yeah, absolutely. And that's the problem when they say they know. When they say they know, and they write the school books about it, and then it's 40 years till somebody says, no, you guys were 100% wrong. Well, it's the best knowledge we had at the time. You made it up. You know, and this is a problem. I don't trust anything anymore. I don't trust any of that anymore. Superheated rock, molten glass, pulverized mineral, and dust like gypsum and quartz. So that's gypsum is like the powder that's in gypsum board that we like. Anyway, here's the thing: the exact material ejected depends on the geology of the impact site. It's just vaporized rocks and material, glass, pulverized dust, billions of tons of pulverized crust blasted in the stratosphere, blocking sunlight, causing a nuclear winter. Yeah, and I was saying, I'm dying from knowledge. Also, my country, the sun's out right now. It's about to rain. All right, we're gonna watch something. It's 11 o'clock p.m. and I'm about to go to bed. Let's see. We'll watch something. Things that people used to believe. Okay, here you go. We'll watch this. Things that people used to believe.
The penis-stealing witches. Did you know we used to put radium inside health drinks?
Radium.
And it did horrifying things to its drinkers. Also, the guy who discovered Uranus actually thought the sun was cold. And when we tell you about when doctors realized babies were
well, to be fair to the people who studied it, if we should make a conclusion from what we have, the iridium does make sense. The asteroid have a lot of iridium. Right, but the iridium could have come from 100 smaller asteroids that hit over the millions of years. Nothing says that the iridium came from one asteroid. It could have 3 weeks before they showed up there. It could have been hit by a dozen softball-size asteroids that brought down iridium. They don't know if it all came from the same event. You know, this is the stuff that they don't know. But we should. Right. I thought I heard that too. I'm understanding that, but I'm saying if we could draw a conclusion. Right. This is what theories are. And the problem is when you ask people how the dinosaurs died, they'll say an asteroid that hit in Chicxulub, Mexico. But we don't know. I have a theory that witches can exist because later they saw signs of witch with a sign appear. Yeah, I think there may be some witches out there, Mario, brother. All right, what happened?
and it did penis-stealing witches.
Yep, that's what
Did you know we used to put radium inside health drinks, and it did horrifying things to its drinkers? Also, the guy who discovered Uranus actually thought the sun was cold. And when we tell you about
the guy
when doctors realized
that found Uranus thought the sun was cold,
babies were capable of feeling pain, your jaw's gonna hit the floor. We'll be explaining it all on today's episode of the Infographic Show. Things people used to believe you will laugh at today. Number 18. Let's start with trains. When they were first introduced to the public in the 1800s, there were so many bizarre
1,000 years ago, be considered a witch and burned. Yep.
Beliefs about them that the medical community started to take note of railway madmen. What exactly is a railway madman, you might ask? It's a made-up idea grounded in some of the weirdest bunk science we've ever heard.
There you go.
Today, if you're on a highway, stuck by someone doing
the weirdest debunked science, how far are you into the secular stuff?
You might find yourself tearing your hair out into your frustration.
Yeah, I believe dinosaurs existed. Absolutely. Listen, I'm not anti-science. I'm absolute science. Absolute. Yeah, I believe dinosaurs existed. And the problem is when,
But in the 1860s and 1870s, they believed that going 30 miles per hour on a train was so intense, so dangerous, that it might deprive the brain of oxygen. That, coupled with the nerve-shattering noise these metal behemoths generated, could drive normal people to violent madness. So next time you're on a train,
I don't believe the time period that they say. I don't trust their dating. The science that they use to date fossils and stuff like that. I think that's way wrong, and there's tons of great science saying that that's wrong, but too many people have published too many studies using that science in the past 40 years that they don't want to lose their PhDs or look like fools when they're proven wrong. So it used to be good scientists would say, oh, I'm wrong, we want to further science, but now they're so popular and rich from it that they don't want to look foolish, so they don't. A lot of science is there. We get a lot of things wrong. Yep. I think I have little dinosaurs in your backyard. Possible. I figured as much as the creation evolution point you split from pure science is true. Listen. Science is what I use to get to where I'm at in theology. So there's like, I don't trust people. I don't trust people that lie to, especially when it comes to that. This is why I wanted to do as much science as I could myself to see the results for myself, because it's so bad. It's so bad how much people lie, how much people deceive people. And they say, like, and there's so many people going to school now and so many people paying so much money that they want that money back and they want to be rich and they don't mind lying to get it, especially if they're scientists, especially if you can never prove them wrong, because they're talking about history millions of years ago that nobody was there to see if they're right or wrong, and they will never be proven wrong, but like absolutely wrong, right? And then Drogosaurs. Majority important distinction is people doing the science influence of great executives. Yeah, right. Yeah. The only people I trust are politicians. There you go.
Right. Be sure to stay vigilant of the railway madmen. Or don't, because obviously all of this was complete nonsense. Somehow, that's not even the craziest theory connected to the old-timey trains.
Look what's going
Some doctors
on now
believe that if
with
the trains...
the gender science stuff, the gender studies stuff. They're just saying it without science. They're like, oh, look, but there's trans, blah, 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 blah. Like that's not science. That's not, you're just saying shit because you want to be right. Right. And it's like that kind of stuff, too. And now they're trying to find science that might work in their opinion, or that work in their opinion. And that stuff drives me crazy, too. No, Harlem Shake. Science doesn't explain it all. Right. Yeah. Right. Science can't prove history. It can help find evidence of history, but history by definition means it happened once. Science by definition is repeatable. So, like, and when science tries to prove history like that, you can find places that existed in history that still exist now or evidence of, but you can't prove that something that's one of the things that really pisses me off.
Speed reached 50 miles per hour. Uteruses would start flying out of bodies.
Oops.
Thankfully, that's just another crackpot theory. And that wasn't the only insane...
Personally, I just like science when something can be proved with evidence. I feel like it's much easier to give trust and hard evidence generally. Right, and the big problem is now what modern science does is they expand evidence to high confidence and low confidence evidence. Like saying they found this iridium. That's evidence that an asteroid hit there, but they can't say which one. 17 really small asteroids could have hit that same day and brought iridium, or 95,000 years later, and they'll still think it's part of the same thing. How would they know? You know, it's not like they studied the area before, it wasn't there, the asteroid came and hit, and then it was. It's always been there as long as they've had that. The methods are scientific. I don't see your point, as if they don't know they speculate, establish conjectures. They're supposed to. I'm talking about people that constantly get caught lying. Look, I'm not anti-science. I'm just tired of the manipulation. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of the deception. It happens all the time. And when you find out, like, hoax after hoax after hoax, and we fall for it all because we never look into it. I hate how it happens, and like how people take everything that's said as gospel. When they say, okay, this is what happened, this is what destroyed the dinosaurs. Okay, cool, where's the evidence for that? Well, we got some iridium here, great. Did it come from that same asteroid? Like, they won't answer that question. They'll be like, oh, most likely. You know, and it's like, the gender science stuff is purely politicized bull. Intersex is not right, but the problem is that they're trying to use the science to manipulate people. It drives me crazy. What up, crying fish?
Belief that people had about uteruses in the past. Number 17. These days, we use the word hysteria to describe chaos, panic, or a group caught up in
I think it's merely low
madness.
IQ people that hear
back in the
theories
days of vintage medicine.
Well, so possibly, but a lot of kids don't even know what a theory is. They have no idea theory means, that they think theory means the truth. That theory is just a science word that means it happened, or it's the truth, or whatever. They don't have no idea. They're not taught this. And it's like we're not teaching kids how to critically think and to dissect stuff. But yeah, low IQ people theories jump into conclusions. I've never heard a theoretician or science claim 100% certainty. So you might have heard scientists say that, but how do people get science? They get it from science explainers. They get it from science communicators, and they use that stuff all the time. Yep. Yes, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yes, right. Look how politicized big university studies are. Big companies paying out wazoo. Right, like what they did with tobacco, what they did with alcohol, what they do with a lot of these pharmaceutical trials where they pick and choose the evidences and stuff like that to show like this is the best thing that you can do to your whole entire life. And then it gets proven wrong only if you can afford a study to prove it wrong. And they're spending, like, it just drives me crazy. I think some scientists don't think time exists. Communicators are basically religious pundits. Right. And that's what drives me crazy because they should, but they want to be the experts to us. They want a YouTube channel. They want the movie deal. They want to be the guy that's there because when we think science, we think them. And it's drives me crazy.
Hysteria was something very specific, a so-called illness that, according to the experts of the time, could only affect women. Hysteria comes from the Latin word hystericus, meaning womb, because the doctors of the time believed that madness was caused by the woman's uterus detaching and wandering around the afflicted body. One of the most common forms of treatment for this would be the doctors manually stimulating the lady parts of these women to the point of happiness, which would presumably lure
bring the uterus back down
to its proper place.
Like this obvious wackadoo science here, like saying, look, I'm sorry, I have to have sex with your wife because her uterus is floating around in her body. Right? The evidence is, look at the way she's acting. What number one communicator? Let's do Robert Greene. One communicator I like is Robert. Yeah. I like a lot of them too. Yeah, it's just that Neil deGrasse learned something from science book. It's holy scripture to him. If he knows 100%, certainly. Right. He doesn't teach you to question everything, and he tells you, he says it like, no, you idiot. It's freaking, it says it right there in your history book, in your science book, in your textbook. It's like, yeah. The whole reason the food pyramid was upside down. Right. The grains were never a foundation of optimized diet. Right.
But our next archaic belief is so
and the deeper you get into health, like you realize that we're just being lied. Either they're so stupid, they're so absolutely stupid. Like, how did they get the vitamin D thing wrong? How did they get it wrong by 14 times too low? And then finally they do the science 40 years later, and that was 11 years ago, and they found out that it was, oops, we did it wrong, and then nothing's been changed since then. Yeah, it drives me crazy. It drives me absolutely crazy. I really like Neil deGrasse Tyson. When he's explaining science, he makes it easy to understand. When he gets advanced, he's very biased. Yeah, he's very biased, and the thing is, he's paid to explain what is in something in particular topics, and so he gets paid for that. So he's not going to say, well, we think this. Sometimes he'll say that, but a lot of times he won't. He'll say straight up, no, this is what happens. This is this, blah 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 blah, and then things will change, and you'll never see a correction. Sean Carroll, yeah.
Railway madmen look like railway sane men, and wandering uteruses look like an accredited psychology degree.
And it's just like they just want to bang these chicks. So we think your uterus is floating around, and I've got to nail you in order to calm you down. Sorry. It's like, what kind of stuff is this? Do you think somebody just said, hey, I think I could bang this. I think I can manipulate this woman into letting me have sex with her because I can tell her something about science. And then, I'm going to end up like, it's the doctor, you know best. He was never taught questioning anything. No. Neil deGrasse Tyson's a smart guy, and he knows the core science. Understand today's 100% time a big grifter. Yeah, I agree. Science is always right, even when it's wrong.
Wild and wacky.
And I still think it happens today. And I think it happens today. I've said this before. I've said this about the trans surgery stuff. The average person spends $10,000 to $20,000 a lifetime on medical care. The average trans spends $1.7 million. It's very, very worth it to them to not look into the science, not to do more science to find out if it's right or wrong. Because if you can convince the government that these people need the surgeries, then they're getting the money straight from the government, and they don't have to worry about the patients going into debt and not paying their bills. and then now it's in a freaking nationwide. We got to change the whole world so more people can get government funded sex change surgeries. It drives me crazy. That's why we trust the science.
Key world of spontaneous generation.
How are you, Farm City?
An ancient theory for where certain kinds of life came from. Even though it's both utterly wrong and completely insane, we've almost got to respect it for its sheer loony creativity.
Loony.
So, how exactly did spontaneous generation work? The theory goes that certain creatures can be spontaneously generated out of non-organic matter, rather than them just being attracted to that matter. For example, people believed that wasps were spontaneously generated by the rotting of dead horses. The ancient Greeks believed that snakes originally came from the blood of Medusa. But when the Medusa blood ran out, snakes just spontaneously generated from the bone marrow of dead people's spines. Frogs were believed to have just emerged from mud, fully formed. And if you put a dirty cloth into wheat for 21 days, you'd get mice. The list goes on, but that seems like enough to get the idea of just how crazy this belief was. And even crazier, it didn't fully die out until the 19th century when Louis Pasteur, the namesake for the...
it used to be me, Richard, that has taught me more critical to our science. It used to be me, Richard. Richard has taught me to be more critical to science. Good, thank you, brother. I'm glad to help. Thank you, SR. SR status.
Pasteurization process presented the world with proof of microorganisms reproducing. So you better get your dirty underwear out of the wheat shed. It won't win you any pet mice, no matter how hard you try. Proponents of spontaneous generation were on a similar mental track to the lunatics who came up with the vegetable lamb of Tartary. Number 15. Yes, it is every bit as bizarre as it sounds. A strange blend.
I feel like it's proper in the 21st century to distinguish between scientific method and establishing an adequate neologism. Right. So their scientism is an absolute religion. Absolute. And it makes sense if you're going to come up with a hoax. How do you keep it lasting as long as possible, and how do you profit off of it as much as possible? If you can do a very expensive experiment and you can show evidences, whatever, any kind of evidences that could be what's the term I want to use? Not necessarily disseminated, but it could be adapted in many ways. It could mean a lot of things, but you say what this means, and people just are like, oh, because people are often agreeable. They're going to be like, if other scientists around you, if you discover something and you say this is what it is, they don't want to say, no, stupid, that's freaking cow poop. They'll be like, oh, that's awesome. And then when other people ask about it, they want to seem like the know-it-all that just got this new information. So they repeat it like it's the truth. And then that's how it starts to go down. So you just need one liar. And then in a couple of weeks, you've got 1 million people believing it's actually true that aren't going to do the experiment, because they're the other scientists that could prove them wrong are doing their own experiments and stuff. You know, it drives me crazy. Everyone does science until they get punched in the face. Neil deGrasse, Mike Tyson, just like it's up. Thank you, Loki. Science, what's up, brother? Science is good. Most of the time, it's good to understand what's going on, but in some cases, it's good to be critical. Right, especially nowadays. Thank you, Ravi. And by the way, I just noticed I'm not a member anymore, so that was indeed a membership loss that I bought the 5 today. Oh, wow, it took it away. Oh, right. You didn't get one. Right, that's crazy. I don't know how to deal with that. How you seen the movie Skin I Live In? I have not. I've never heard of it. Rajat, thank you, brother. Ask Al Gore. Thank you, Robbie. Loretta, the politician, the man discovered the man-bear pig. The only science that can't really be bastardized by politics is physics. Right. Absolutely right. And that's why that's the one that's not typically brought into any kind of political arrangements, because it's so easy to test against. Like, they're not going to say, oh, apples float in the middle of air if you vote Democrat. Okay. No, it doesn't. Man, bear, pig. Seems trustworthy.
Information, myth, and a hefty dose of Orientalism. The legend dates all the way back to ancient Greece, specifically the historian Herodotus. He and others believed in the existence of a mythical plant creature from Asia that supposedly grew fruit unlike anything else from Earth. Tiny living lambs. Stay with us here, but we can't promise it's going to get any less weird. The mythical beast was both a plant and an animal. The lambs would grow at the end of the stalks and slowly eat all the other foliage around the plant. And when the foliage ran out, the lambs would die. And farmers would
Uncle
then
Sam,
harvest the
why
dead
did you come
lamb
live in the morning?
plant's wool.
I had a lot of work I had to do today. I have a lot of work to do tomorrow too, so I probably won't be on live till later tomorrow also. Physics is basically the only science that's actually be demonstrated every step the scientific method prescribes, especially I find the most forgotten replicability, right? Yep. Man-bear-pig phenomenon should be taken seriously as a subject of investigation, not dismissed without proper scientific consideration. Neil disaster torpedoes. Neil the grease.
Blood also apparently tasted as sweet as honey, except of course it didn't because the ridiculous thing never actually existed.
So for all
People
these
did-
years, people in science have been doing things like this and saying things like this. If you say something's a billion miles away, you're the expert because other people don't have the tools that you have to see these things. Or if you said it was a billion years ago, no one's going to know. So if you can find some sort of soft evidences that could say, okay, I guess it could have been that. Maybe you know more than me because you did the experiments. So that's the way it seems to get passed down a lot because other people are working on their own stuff. Social studies conflated with science too often. Yes, sir. I agree. Definitely used in politics. I agree.
Really
my next life, I want to be a female streamer and draw men's names on my face for money. Empowerment. That's right, Colonel Olds. That's right.
Though. Let's leave the world
that's the girl that holds a sign that says, I won't talk till someone says you love me or something. I've seen her before.
Bunk biology for a second and instead look at an insane vintage idea.
My next
from
life,
the
I want to
world
be a
of
sugar
astronomy.
glider.
Number 14. William Herschel was an extremely important figure in the field of astronomy. He even discovered Uranus. We mean the planet, of course. Not that he was a devoted booty hunter, but geniuses can still miss now and then. Like with Herschel's theory that not only was the sun not hot, it was cool enough to be habitable. Agnes Clerk, a 19th century astrology historian, described that Herschel thought the sun was a cool, dark, solid globe clothed in luxuriant vegetation. It was richly stored with inhabitants, protected by a heavy...
So he probably stared at it and thought he saw these things when you're staring at the sun with a telescope.
Canopy from the intolerable...
Who's going to prove him wrong? They're going to go there and find out. Not in those days, right?
Glare of the upper luminous region. Now, I hope we don't need to tell you that that isn't true, but hey, you've at least got to admire the guy's optimism. But we probably shouldn't think about fleeing to another planet until we fixed all the problems we're facing here on Earth. Number 13. If you asked a God-fearing peasant from the Middle Ages, they might tell you that a major problem is witches stealing your penis. Now that's pretty weird already, but when you find out about why these servants of the devil were performing magical dong abductions, it is going to get even weirder. Witches performing anti-penis spells have been an oddly consistent fixture of myths all across the globe. But in Europe, they found their roots in a 15th century book called the Malleus Maleficarum by a witch hunter, Heinrich Kramer. Among the hundreds of absolutely wild...
Right. So it was a witch hunter. So he was, in his marketing, he was saying witches can steal your penis. So you better hire me to make sure your penis doesn't get stolen. It's just like the modern... I'm not going to get into it. A seal is basically a water puppy. Yeah, and so so do you see where it comes from? So this stuff comes from witch hunters and things like that. People that want to be hired, they want a way to be popularized or enriched by these things that they make up and eat. Plus, they love them shark livers.
Obviously completely unscientific claims in the book. Kramer said that witches liked to use their magic to make penises of their victims vanish. They then keep those penises, still living independently of the bodies that they've been taken from, as a kind of pet, feeding them oats to keep them alive.
Grifters.
So at least,
and it's happening more than ever. But we think that we're so advanced that, of course they're not lying. We would have figured that out. Another scientist would have said that he's lying. No, they just believe them too.
which does take your penis, you can take comfort in knowing that its new owner is taking good care of it. Yes, people really did believe this. From one cylinder to another, let's talk about carrots. Number 12. When you were young, especially if you were in the older end of our audience, you might have heard that if you made like Bugs Bunny and you ate your carrots, it would help improve your vision. This, as it turns out, is actually a complete fabrication. You should still eat your carrots, though. They're good for you. But unlike a lot of things on this list...
Okay, so I don't know if he's going to get into it. I'm sure he is. So listen to this about propaganda. All right, so England, I believe it was England, started a whole propaganda campaign telling everybody in England to eat their carrots because it was good for their eyes. They said that their fighter pilots were so good firing and dropping bombs at night because they were given lots of carrots. This was propaganda so that the Germans wouldn't know that they invented radar. And that's why they were good at bombing at night. So that they convinced everybody that it was carrots, and they spread it all over in the news, TV, and radio.
The misinformation around the ability of carrots to improve your vision wasn't just misinformation built on ignorance. It was a concerted propaganda campaign from the Allies during World War II. It is true that without the retinol and the vitamin A that carrots are rich in, your ability to see in the dark will be diminished. The British Air Ministry seized on this fact to make a cunning misinformation campaign against Nazi pilots during the war. They didn't want to show their hand with the radar technology that they were using to detect German planes.
But carrot
so
vitamin
to
was
throw
good for
the
the
German forces off of this.
Right, but they said that it helps with night vision and things like that, which was incorrect. And actually, so beta carotene can help with eye health, but not vision.
The British Air Ministry claimed that their pilots were eating huge amounts of carrots, giving them far better night vision than their Nazi counterparts. This not only kept the radar tech a secret, it also tricked whole generations into thinking that carrots will give them supervision. And if that applies to you, sound off about it in the comments. Speaking of comments, this section might get us some angry comments from people who still believe it. We're talking about homeopathy. Number 11. Homeopathy, started in 1796 by German physician Samuel Hahnemann, is too Byzantine to discuss in full here. But one of the most deranged and completely unscientific principles is the idea of like cures like. So what exactly does that mean? It's the fantastical view that illnesses can be cured by taking in a cure that is similar to the afflicted part. Suffering from cold or hay fever, nose running and eyes burning up? Well, since onions are known to cause those symptoms when you're cutting them, you should take a medicine that contains onions. Having trouble sleeping or got a restless mind? Since drinking too much coffee can cause
carrots
those symptoms,
do
taking a medicine
arguably
that
help the health of your eyes, but the Brits extremely overrated. Right, they said that it helped with night vision and like help with helping you see better. So people would forego glasses and drink carrot juice and stuff to try to correct their vision. Yeah, it was all wackadoodle. Spider-Man movie. I like the Spider-Man movie. It gives us the first time ideas of getting bit by a spider. Yeah, right. Some people believe that stuff too. I tried to force spiders to bite me when I was a kid. Yep, there you go. There you go. We tricked the Germans with carrot propaganda. Did not see that coming.
that contains coffee is the best homeopathic way to solve it. Do we even need to tell you that this is completely unscientific and it won't help at all? There is that old expression, what do you call alternative medicine that works? Medicine. But before we get too smug about how dumb people were in the distant past, here is a fresher discovered piece of misinformation that you might have even believed until recently, or maybe you even still do. Number 10. If you read any human biology textbook in the late 90s and early 2000s, you might have seen a diagram of the human tongue that is divided into different kinds of chemicals or flavors that each part of the tongue can detect. Sweet, spicy, salt.
We were taught this in high school.
Sour, you get the idea. However, this idea, known as the taste map, has actually been completely debunked. All of your taste buds play a role in processing every flavor, regardless of where on the tongue they're situated.
Right, so somebody said it, right? Somebody said it, like, oh no, I've studied the tongue. Actually, you have different areas on the tongue that can do, no, it was wrong, but so many people believed that it was in my textbooks as a kid. Absolutely. I remember having a big tongue ditto, and you had to write, you had to write down in the blanks what part of the tongue that had what, took care of what flavor.
Despite it being discredited, though, the taste map is still taught in plenty of schools. So if your science teacher tries to teach you the taste map, tell them they're wrong.
Uncle
and
Sam
then tell
just
them the
wanted to sub,
infographic
like
show
7
sent you.
accounts.
Number 9. History is full
Oh,
of
that
bizarre
was
attempts to
thank
understand
you, brother.
how our bodies
Thank you.
work. One of the weirdest
Thank you. I thought I had a new run on subscribers. Thank you, Loki. I was a friend of Vegas. 10 years ago. We saw the new Spider-Man movie at the Casinos Theater, and I held a fart during the previews. Let it rip 100% as soon as the theater was completely quiet. Hey, sometimes you got to do that, Raid. Sometimes you got to do that.
Paths to that noble goal is the ancient belief
Established
of
dominance.
humorism, which persisted all the way up until the 17th century. This theory claimed that health was defined by the 4 humors present in every body: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. And if you were unhealthy, it was just because you had an imbalance of the humors. And you needed a little more or a little less of one of those 4 gross internal oozes. And science is absolutely full of bizarre historical
guy
missteps
actually
like
clapped.
this.
Yeah, of
Number
course,
8.
of course.
If you ever heard the phrase disappear into the ether, it wasn't always just a poetic expression. It was a fake element that ancient and medieval scientists really believed in. Known as the 5th element, along with water, fire, air, and earth, ether, or quintessence, was said to be the invisible force that filled up all the empty spaces in the universe. People performed experiments to somehow quantify this mystical element all the way up until the 19th century. But Albert Einstein, the goat of physics, hammered the final nail in the ether's coffin with his theory of relativity.
In ancient time,
a
they
running
cut the
theme
whole
you'll notice
body
in this
into
video
arteries
is that a lot of historical
I think it was yesterday or day before on stream, we saw an ancient version where they actually took them, the nerves, and like covered them with like wax and stuff, and like I think it was like in the 1500s. Yeah. But now, then they used to draw it too. But they had actually human skeletons that were wrapped in the nervous system and the circulatory system. All
people making wild theories based on incomplete information. Number 7. In the late 19th and early 20th century,
I saw The Apprentice
archaeologists
at the cinema, and even though I'm not the biggest fan of Trump, it's scary how they manipulate the plot to make him seem like a worse guy. Hey, you know?
Just had an interesting problem that they
That was
needed
just
to
Donald
confront.
Trump hate movie.
How
I was very
come
disappointed.
you could find identical
Should've
types
asked
of
for your money
fossils
back.
on completely different continents? In a world before plate tectonics, that was a difficult idea to reconcile. The theory, as posed by figures like Jules Marcoux, a man with a beard so magnificent they couldn't fit it all in his official photo, was land bridges. Specifically, that in ancient times, there were huge natural bridges connecting to the continents, explaining how prehistoric creatures could wander between them, die, and get
wow. In the monastery sometime. Wow, that's freaking cool. That's freaking cool.
Fossilized in completely different continents. Now, of course, we know that the answer comes from tectonic plates, the huge shifting pieces of land that make up the Earth's crust. They move.
Trump hate movie, The Apprentice. Let's see what it says. The Apprentice 2024 was a biographical drama directed by Ali Abbasi that explores Donald Trump's early career as a real estate mogul. The film focuses heavily on the relationship with the controversial lawyer and mentor Roy Cohn. Yeah, I see dead people.
Moved and shifted over tens of millions of years, causing the supercontinent of Pangaea to drift into the separate continents we love and endlessly fight over today. Some of humanity's weirdest, stupidest, and most dangerous false beliefs come from the world of health. Number 6. There have been some bizarre trends that have popped up over the years in the arena of short-lived health fads, like the infamous Radithor radium-enriched spring water that was sold as a health drink from 1918 to 1928. If you know anything about radium, you're already going to be cringing at this.
10 years.
You're about to get even more horrified about learning what Radithor did to its
I'll
most
tell you
devoted
why.
customer,
They tried to force as
socialite
much
and golf
negative
enthusiast
information.
Eben Byers.
So I'll tell you why. USAID money was being used to bot movies and music online to give fake numbers to show popularity. Have you noticed that rap has pretty much disappeared now that USAID has been shut down? You notice that? You notice that gangster rap pretty much disappeared now that USAID shut down? Like, where are all the kick-ass gangster rappers every time, all over everything with millions of views, millions of streams, billions of streams? They were botted. The only people you got left are the people that actually had talent. Like, did you see all the ones that were like mumble rappers and stuff like that? They're all gone. They're all gone. What happened? Just millions and billions of people no longer listen? No, they were all botted accounts that a lot of money came out of USAID.
Evan bought into every
so
bogus
it basically destroyed a bunch of people's cash cow.
Health claim that Radithor made, and he loved the little tingling sensation that drinking it gave him. In fact, he loved it so much that over the course of 2 years, from December 1927 to 1929, he drank 3 bottles of the stuff each day. And things were going wonderfully until he had so much radiation poisoning that it rotted off his jaw, after which he died of aggressive jaw cancer. Bayer's death was so widely publicized that it contributed to the collapse of the uranium craze.
There you go.
So in a way, his sacrifice probably saved a lot of...
everyone has haters now. Imagine the President of the United States. Of course, someone has create content that casts doubt on the reputation for both reasons. Political. Yeah. Wackadoodle stuff.
In the long run. Thanks for taking one for the team, Evan. But radium wasn't the only caustic chemical that people of the past thought
President Trump off of Twitter and Facebook
could improve your health rather than jeopardizing it. Number 5. You are probably already familiar with mercury, and to be familiar with mercury is also to be aware that it is extremely, extremely toxic. For many deeply misinformed and soon-to-be dead people in history, it was known as liquid silver, and some people even thought that it could be the key to eternal life. The 2010 BC Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huangdi was given mercury pills by his court alchemist as part of his quest for immortality, and instead it ended up killing him. Because obviously that's what happened. It would also go on to become a common pharmaceutical solution in the 17th century and beyond. If by solution you specifically mean a solution to the problem.
He's definitely got the trolling game down. Definitely.
Of being alive. These days it's still present in some medicines, including dental amalgams, cosmetics, saline solutions, eye drops, and spermicide. And we mean it'll probably kill your sperm. It just won't be the only thing it kills. There are a frankly stupid number of examples of people believing actually dangerous chemicals were A-OK. From lead to arsenic to asbestos. Just like this next one. Number 4. Benzene is a chemical that smelled so sweet.
Hey, John, go about it. Thank you, brother.
In the 19th century, as well as a hand disinfectant for organic chemists. By the 1920s, benzene was such a popular wonder chemical that it was used in everything from decaffeinating coffee to stripping paint. Which, let's be real, you shouldn't be putting anything that can strip paint into your coffee. And if all that heavy foreshadowing didn't clue you in, benzene turned out to be a carcinogen. So who knows how many people ended up dying awful deaths from being exposed to what they thought was a completely safe multi-purpose chemical. You ever heard the phrase, "You're blowing smoke up my butt"? Well, today it means flattering someone insincerely. But back in the 1700s, it wasn't just a figure of speech, it was an actual medical practice. If you were unconscious, say from drowning or sudden illness, doctors might see fit to give you a tobacco smoke enema, effectively turning your lower intestine into an organic bong. We really shouldn't take modern medical technology for granted, folks.
Mercury amalgams. What did that do to a lot of people? Right, and obviously his political position draws even more attention to his past, making it easier to find information that can manipulate it. Right, absolutely.
Number 3. Staying on weird medical myths that were once widely believed, hold on to your nose for a second as we explore miasma theory and how it explains those weird, freaky get-ups that medieval plague doctors used to wear all the time. Before the development of germ theory, when scientists finally uncovered how microscopic organisms cause many of our illnesses, the dominant belief was something much simpler and much less accurate. From Hippocrates.
Silver is a really good antibiotic, antimicrobial. It's good for burns. It's good for poison ivy, tick bites, all kinds of good stuff. Sinus infection. So that's what I got it for originally. I had a really bad sinus infection. So like a year ago, I was on stream doing this stuff because had a really bad sinus infection, and I took antibiotics, 3 different antibiotics, and it didn't barely work, and then they came back, so I got some of this stuff, took care of it. Boom, just silver, a couple times a day for a couple days, gone. Some use apples to make bongs. Yeah, silver's really good for you, if you have a problem. I'll solve it. Check out The Hook as a DJ revolves it. I'm acting way too informed and formal than I usually do. So real quick, does anyone remember these nuts? Check out the research about colloidal gold in the brain. Great.
In ancient
Now I'm gonna have
Greece
to
all
waste
the
all my
way up
money
to
on
the late
colloidal gold.
1800s, many people
I just
believed
made
that
investment
disease
in-
wasn't
in
caused
silver
by
with your
germs,
advice.
but by bad air. Miasma, Greek for pollution, was
It's where my money's at.
the term for the
These
gross,
nuts on your
noxious air
forehead.
coming out of the
Industrial
ground due to
tonsils.
the rotten organic matter underneath. Inhaling these fumes were believed to be the cause for every disease, from cholera to chlamydia, and of course the infamous bubonic plague that wiped out a large swath of Europe. That is why plague doctors wore those freaky bird masks. The beak was full of pleasant fragrances, essentially a kind of tactical potpourri that stopped those bird-brain
Yeah, it's a really good choice. It's really,
physicians
it's
from
really.
inhaling any of the deadly miasma.
So,
of course, this
it's a really good choice. It's a really good choice.
is all wrong, but somehow miasma theory got even weirder than that. Some proponents of the wacky theory even thought that you could get fat from the smell of food, which sounds a little more like dieting advice from your weird mother-in-law than an actual scientific theory. But people really did believe it. But every weird, wacky belief from history tends to lead to others. Number 2.
Uncle
before
Sam, fun
germ
fact
theory,
is that all your
doctors
hair
didn't
turned
wash their
white.
hands
Yeah,
before
yeah.
or-
My hair is it's only gray in the front. Just this part right here. It's this part right here. See? Yeah, like that is. This stuff's still brown. Oh, I guess you can't see it. See? Yeah, that's weird. It just looks great from the front. I know it's hard to see it with this camera. Bam. Let me get rid of this here. Bam. Yeah, see? Everyone invests in silver. You're gonna regret it if later you don't. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's freaking. It's too late to buy silver. But it's 11:45. It's 15 minutes to midnight.
Or after attending to their patients. It's a miracle that the human race has survived this long. But it wasn't just ruining or ending lives of the patients, it was also messing with doctors too. Such was the tragic case of Hungarian
this
doctor
guy.
Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis. In
I'm
1847,
49,
he made a
Ray,
groundbreaking
49.
discovery when doctors and nurses washed their hands between patients.
Yeah, Monk,
especially
we got
in
a
obstetricial
long
clinics,
way to
the
go.
rates of infection and
We got
death
a long way to
dropped
go.
dramatically.
There's a huge allegedly huge grabs for a bunch of the companies that are starting up here for solar panels for Samsung's new not sodium, silver carbon battery, which doesn't explode when it gets hit, so it's going to be good for cars. It more than doubles the distance of cars in the same size battery. This is just cars, not satellites and all kinds of other stuff that's being used in cell phones. And it charges in 6 minutes, from 20% to 80% in 6 minutes. So that's the Samsung, and that's just Samsung. But look, the carbon silver battery, that's what's going to make a bunch of these self-driving taxis and stuff be able to stay on the road much longer, which are supposed to be starting to come out at the end of the year. There's no sleep experiment, World War II. Yeah, I saw it. I watched that. We can watch it. Yeah. I definitely watched it
that he
before.
could change medicine for the better. He went public about these theories.
We went
and
over a bunch of industries, technologies that increased demand for silver. One of the discussions a few days ago. It's very significant. Too late to buy silver. I already bought it. Okay.
was viciously mocked by his peers.
And one of the really interesting things is seeing how much silver we pull out of the ground a year and how much we use. We're using a hell of a lot more than we pull out of the ground, and we're going to be using a hell of a lot more than that. So, like, that's gonna make a big come up on silver. No more left for you peasants. Can I have some monkey? What lonesome
back down though. He knew that washing your hands as a doctor would save lives, even if nobody else
Monk
did.
really is.
Sadly, by 1865, he was so cruelly ridiculed and outcast for his beliefs that he had a mental breakdown.
So he was cruelly ridiculed for his beliefs, saying that after doing autopsies, you should wash your hands before delivering babies. Incorrigible. Here, I'll show you. Incorrigible. Not corrigible. someone or something that is beyond correction, reform, or improvement. You can't be helped. The Koreans are ridiculously smart and capable on the SpaceX level. Right. So listen. So I think China is going to go balls deep in the silver carbon battery also, and the SpaceX stuff. SpaceX is about to put 1 million satellites. They've got licensing to put 1 million satellites up over the next few years. They use silver in their solar panels and in their batteries and in their electronics. So there's going to be a more like factories to use all this stuff. So those factories are being built now. When they come online in the next year, they've got to buy a whole shit ton of silver to be able to have it for their fabrications. What can you give me for silver? I don't accept money. I will give you love, monkey. I will love you like my own retarded Down syndrome autistic trans daughter. Aww, that's sweet.
And was committed to an insane asylum. There, he was beaten by the guards, and 2 weeks later, in a truly sadistic
because he wanted
act
them to
of
wash their
cosmic
hands.
irony, he died of an infection, likely as a result of his beating. And all for the crime of being right just a little too early for people to accept it. These days, Doc Semmelweis is the namesake of the Semmelweis reflex, which describes a tendency to reject new evidence that contradicts established beliefs. But nothing you have heard today will even come close to the true nightmare of our ultimate weird historical belief. Number 1, doctors used to think that babies younger than 1 year old couldn't feel
That's
pain.
so crazy.
Obviously, it
Make a
goes without
statue of
saying
me.
that
Bow
babies
down
can
every day.
and do feel pain. And what's particularly
Holy
weird about this
Belfry.
archaic belief is that if you go back even earlier, to the 1600s, the doctors believed that infants experienced more pain than adults. Take the words of pediatric surgeon Felix Wirtz from a 1656 quote, "If a new skin in old people be tender, what is it you think in a newborn babe? Doth a small thing pain you so much on a finger? How painful is it then to a child, which is tormented all the body over, which hath but a tender new-grown flesh?" Good point, Felix. But because history, contrary to modernist belief, is not actually in a straight line, this belief fell out of fashion in the centuries that followed. It became common medical knowledge that infants didn't feel pain, and therefore all kinds of surgeries were performed on actual babies without any kind of painkiller. These surgeries were everything from tonsillectomy to a full-on open heart surgery, and the babies involved could feel every second of it. Thankfully, the medical community wised up, realized that babies could in fact feel pain, and medical procedures were changed accordingly in 1999.
So 1999. So for all these years, they were doing surgeries on babies without anesthesia, and so they were saving that money. Thank you, Loretta. I'm a very generous human friend. Fiend.
And doctors like Wirtz were actually correct back in the 1650s. Babies feel pain even more intensely than adults. What is the wildest old belief that you've ever heard of? Was it medical?
That shit drives me so crazy, dude. It drives me so crazy that we listen to these people. They're like, look, no, don't worry. LSD to LDS. Oh, all right. So let's see if we do this.
This scene
Yes, don't
is
kill me.
shocking. This is the typical scene you
Fiends.
see on TikTok of someone serving food. Here is the man. Here are all the people asking for their portion. And there goes the man. A little bit of oil. Stir well, of course. Back and forth. Let's hope that hand was well
Chickpeas?
disinfected. All over
Onion?
that juicy food. I feel like in a TikTok scene, honestly. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. I hope you are doing great. Friends, today we have a video, and what follows is epic. So let's see and try the street food in the most polluted country.
What are those
in the
things
world,
called?
in
What are
Bangladesh.
those things called?
Let's see
Those
how food is
dumplings,
served
not
here on the
dumplings. What are they
streets.
called? Dang it.
But also, we are at a very special moment.
Freaking
We
Loretta.
are in the middle of Ramadan.
I
That's
don't
why
think the
there's an
hand was.
abundance
No.
of food, people.
Definitely scratch.
This is going to be crazy. So, come with me. Look at this. Please, look at this. Look at the amount of food, the amount of people. Everyone gathered here with a vision.
And counting the money with the same hands.
I was told
They
to
didn't.
breathe in this way,
They
to
didn't
start
used
like
to
this.
spank babies
And we
as soon
start
as they
with the
were
most
born to get them
important
to
thing,
breathe.
the context.
Yeah,
What
so
are we
yes, they would hold them upside down. They would hold them by their feet and spank them. Yes, yep, on the buns. They buns. I think Ray's talking about the food.
What to see? Why are all these people gathered? Why is there so much food? What is Ramadan? Ramadan, in a very brief way, is a holy month in Islam, in which
Dude, I
all
thought
months
this guy back here had green hair. He's wearing a hat.
long, while the sun is up, meaning while there is sunlight, you don't eat. You fast to feel what poor people around the world who can't eat experience. At least that is what they explained to me. And once the sun sets, people break their fast with all the food you are going to see around here. That's why there is so much abundance and why there are so many people. It's a very special moment.
Jeez. Oh, he's got a glove on. He's got a glove on in one hand and not the other.
Honestly,
did you see that?
I
Look at
can't
this.
try.
Look at this. He's got a glove on in this hand right here, and the other hand that he's grabbing out to put into the gloved hand. If you were born with a disability 1,100 years ago, you'd be lucky to be kept alive. Yep, the Bloods would dominate the gang back then.
There are certain foods that, honestly, I can't try, especially foods like this one. These are cold or have been exposed to the environment, to the air, for a long time. Remember that the air here is the most polluted on the planet.
Oh, what was that?
It's loaded with dust, heavy metals, carbon, everything we've already seen in previous videos. That said, look at this dish, for example. Here we find ourselves. We find a dish based on yogurt. And to the yogurt, a type of fried potato is added, which are these balls you see here. And then a special house sauce is added, which they tell me is
They
like
want everyone to fast.
this green sauce. And of course,
When
you
they do,
can't
yeah,
miss a
yeah,
sauce
yeah. He said the reason was so that they feel what poor people around the world feel when they don't have food.
Chili.
I didn't think that's what it was for.
Imagine the combination
I
of
thought it was
flavors
so
this
that you
has.
could-
And all the meals we will find here are like the ideal ones to break
Bro,
the
that stuff,
fast.
yeah,
all this
gonna go
dish
straight
you
back
see
in
here
it.
costs only $1. Watch out for the sales. Even children are selling. We came across yogurt sales.
Oh, we
in
didn't
fact,
eat it?
if I were to stop and say something here in the middle of the crowd, people would get upset. We can't stop walking because we would create a problem. But look at all the different types of food being sold. The paradise of street food. Let's order one of each, and the owner doesn't even attend me. He just asked someone who was here to serve it to me. I want to show you these 3 products here that are 3 very popular fried foods.
Eat it.
This one here is like a ball
Yeah,
of
right,
flour.
look at
with
it. Looks like the Walt Disney
basically.
throw. Oh,
Almost everything is ready. Exhausted. And the time hasn't come yet when they can break the fast. This here is a ball of flour, like with a type of lentil. And this one here is a ball of flour
Oh, I
mixed
thought it was
with
a fried
potato.
shrimp.
Each of these little balls cost approximately
Yeah.
20 cents, like 10
Two-
colognes.
2
And it
cents.
amuses me that I don't know if it is part of it. From the trust they have in each other, they just say something like, hey, throw some little balls in there, and that's it. Anyone
Throw
passing
some
by here
balls in there.
serves them and sells them. I want to show and teach you something very important. One of one. Yes. That's how there are people like him who just grab the chicken with the same hand they're handling the money and everything with which they are paid. There are also people and stands like this.
Have you ever
where vendors wear
visited any of these
gloves
street
and
food vendors
maintain better
countries?
hygiene.
I've never have. No.
One idea that comes to mind around here is that everything is extremely gross.
I would go to restaurants and whatnot. I'm not a street vendor kind of guy. Not even in America. I used to be, and I would ask if it could be scooping the oil. Yeah, I used to like a lot of street vendor food stuff, like parties. Like I would still get fried stuff, like what is this? Fried dough with powdered sugar. What's that stuff called? Funnel cakes. Oh, that's so freaking good. But yeah, stuff like this, I would stay away from. Yeah. I used to eat taco trucks. Well, in the movie industry, they would bring taco trucks into the movie studio because if we were there at like 4:00 in the morning and stuff, we needed to eat. Right, so they would bring stuff to us because everything else was closed, and they would find companies that would, and they would be like really good stuff. But I'm not. Yeah, we'll see. That's what I'm worried about.
gross. But it's also that a lot of people focus only on the worst of both worlds exists within the limits, within the air pollution and everything. There are also people who are cleaner. Still, it cannot be denied, things are what they are. This scene is shocking. This is the typical scene you see on TikTok.
Yeah, he's got a glove on his left hand. He's stirring the food up with his right hand.
Here are all asking for their portion. And there goes the man. A little bit of oil. We stir it well, of course. Back and forth.
Yeah, they say when it comes to these street food vendors, always make sure they're displaying their bottles of oil and using it. Right. So gutter oil is an actual thing because it's free. And everything that goes down the toilets and down the sinks and whatnot, oil floats on water. So they take these big ladles and they stick it down in there and pull it up. And because they're heating the oil to boiling when they're frying stuff, that's supposed to be okay. But he's not doing that in this case. He's just adding it directly into the meal as an ingredient. There's a famous street food spot in Denmark. It's called Reffen, but it's so expensive and it follows all Danish food regulations and law. It's basically just a bunch of small restaurants and booths. Yeah, those are cool. They'll just scoop it up off the side of the road. Yep. Gutter oil. Yep.
TikTok scene, honestly. It's like giving it that crispy touch. He's stressed, my buddy is stressed. And done. Let's go. Don't delay any longer. Keep going.
I don't understand.
You can't imagine the amount of dust in the air. Look at this sail over here. Hello. One. I want to show you this thing over here. Look at the size. A mini chicken. This costs less than $1.
And everything. Yeah.
From what I understand, it's a roasted quail. I see that ground beef is very popular. For example, this is a skewer of ground beef, something I had never seen. We also find ground beef patties here, like the ones used in a hamburger. These are chicken nuggets. Super spicy, just by looking at the color.
Definitely looks spicy.
And this here, they also tell me it's super crispy and spicy chicken. But I don't know which part it is. I don't know if it's like the heart or something very specific. Because you can see a little piece of meat. They eat too many fried foods. Basically,
it's all fried.
They fry everything. This that we are seeing here is bread with a fried flour.
Yeah, those look really good.
This around here, literally. I don't know whether hard-boiled egg or beaten egg, wrapped in flour, fried. And this here is eggplant, also wrapped in flour and fried.
Good. Like some of that
all of
food
this you
looks
see
really
here
good.
costs 8 cents. Each pastry is about 40 colones. And what you
8
see
cents,
here
that's
are
not
cookies.
bad. I mean, you could get fat as hell there, for cheap. Ground beef is what motorcyclists left the road at.
This here is a mix that we will say is triple X just by looking at it. You know the color, it burns even the soul. As for chickpeas, you can order the dish. Whatever you want. You can order something for 8 cents, 10 cents, or more.
But also eat fried food if I was working in that environment to kill as many bacteria as possible. That's how Chinese food is. Can't tell what's part of the chicken.
And probably all the people, even in their homes. The food is served. It is. Everything is ready to start eating, but it's not the time.
McDonald's. What's all the Indian guys standing very close around?
It's at 6:21.
He's in Bangladesh, but I think he said that it was Ramadan, so they're all waiting till nightfall to eat. Diarrhea materialized. What up, doctor?
Which is
right. So in Muslim culture or in Islam, Ramadan, they fast from sun up to sundown. So like once sunset happens, they can eat. So they're just walking around smelling everything for freaking throughout the entire day while the sun's out and just waiting. And they're just like, man, come on, sun. The spit in the food makes it more palatable.
In theory, nightfall occurs.
Yeah, so see, they've got all the food in front of them on the floor here, but they can't touch it until sundown, and they're all keep an eye. They're all, if they were alone, they'd probably be like, I'm gonna eat this stuff, but they're all looking at each other and like, son of a. I do the opposite of my Ramadan. I only eat breakfast. They only fast for Ramadan. Yeah.
How incredible! Everything is served. but no one eats. People invite us because they are about to break the fast. So they invite us to sit at the table. We were just passing by, and they invited us to sit with them. Hi, Costa Rica. Water. Yes. It's very hard to get into the water, but I figure we can eat the fruit without fear.
They can't eat or drink, not even water during that period. Ireland was going to get Taco Bell, but they said no because their sewer wouldn't be able to handle the stress. Damn, 30 days fast at midnight. Yeah. If you are eating, they will bitch at you. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
This started to sound, listen, eat. This is the first thing. This is eaten first. This comes from a palm tree. It is from the Middle East.
Ain't Christians.
It is like a seed.
Yeah, yes. Lent for some, and also for different throughout different periods. Real Muslims who actually follow the religion don't force fasting on them. No. Now, listen, just like any religion, you've got assholes and you've got good people, and you've got people that act like Christians or Muslims because they want to get something in society, and you got people that follow the tenets of their religion. It's when you have, and the big problem with the past couple of years is you have a lot of people that don't really know their religion, that are trying to force their religion on other people, and they end up being wrong. So they make their religion look bad to other people, and it's a big problem. But right, yeah. But imagine being during Ramadan, you're hungry as hell, and then this guy's going around filming everything and trying everything and eating it. They're just like, dude, force religion on other people is against their scripture. Same with most religions. Yeah, man, I read a little bit. The Islam, it was different than now many Muslims. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, OG.
It tastes very good. Thank you. It's how glory must taste. If I, for example, who left the hotel very early and haven't eaten all day,
simply put, you must have a lot of idiots in this world. We have a lot of idiots in this world. Yeah.
Imagine they are fasting all day. Delicious. First they broke the
it probably
fast
tastes
with fruits,
really
and now,
good after you're breaking that fast. You're sitting around waiting for the sun to go down, and you're like, let's go. A lot of people are living consciously. Yeah, I'd say 80 sounds like a good percentage.
They are making the traditional food of Bangladesh. See how they do all the mixing and serve everything on one. A big cup, and everyone eats from the same cup. But it terrifies me. I can't risk ending up in the hospital. There's still a lot of tour left, and we haven't had good experiences.
One of my Lebanese friends invited me to the midnight feast, and it was so delicious. Yeah, that food's really good, brother. Brother, listen, Ogu. We all start off as idiots. We got to do our best to try to always know, always understand we don't know as much as we think we know, and always keep learning, and we'll get there. But we go through idiot phases in our lives. Their food culture is awesome. Milky beach culture. Yeah, no, I agree. It's great. And it's very communal. That's what I was thinking. Look, if I went over there, I'd definitely have stomach issues. But, you grow up over there, you got different bacteria in your gut and whatnot, and you can handle stuff like that. Yeah, I'd be very, for yourselves. I'd be pissed because I'd want to try everything. But yeah, I would be. I've read the Quran at the liberal university I studied. Most of the Muslims don't follow the extremes to a T. Right. And that's a big thing. It's the people that say they follow Islam, but they don't. They say the stuff that they tell you and the stuff that they tell you to do and why you're such a bad person goes against a lot of the things. So they don't even know. It's just somebody else told them that, and they just said, okay, cool, because he told me this, I don't have to read this whole book, right? And then it happens a lot. It happens in every religion. Happens in everything. Science, freaking. Yeah. What up, trail wolves? Who did who?
The place. Come in. Come eat. Just now, as we were saying goodbye, he told us that every day we wanted to come and break the fast with him, we could come, that we were welcome. To break the fast, a lot of meat is eaten, especially chicken and beef. This here is what you have. It's like grilled chicken, but with some sauces from this part of the world.
One of my friends went to Thailand. He paid for a week at a hotel. On the first day, he went to eat street food and got sick for 3 straight days. Man, I've been good, brother. I've been good. How about yourself?
Real chicken. And this one here is called tandoori chicken.
Tandoori.
I don't know what the translations are. Those are the names. This is like radioactive green, probably synonymous with green chili. This is red, which must also burn like only on Saturday. So let's see how the Ramadan chicken is. Oh, it's very spicy. It's on fire.
Doing better now, taking vitamins.
Gives a
Good to hear,
fresh
brother.
flavor
Good to hear.
the
Good to
chicken.
hear. Good to hear.
And
Glad
the
to
chicken
hear it,
is
man.
cooked just right.
Glad to hear it.
It's juicy and delicious. And finally, our encounter with the fire chicken.
It makes you wish you would have started sooner in life, right?
Tandoori chicken. It smells like spices. In short, spectacular. It doesn't have chili and has a somewhat sweet flavor.
Not the
with a fresh
Ramadan
hint,
chicken, and
like
there's a
mild
bunch of
mint.
bacteria overseas. Right.
This seasoning is good.
Right, absolutely. So you'll see, like, there'll be like 12 people that all eat off the same plate and all eating out, and then one person will get sick and the other ones won't. You know, it's like they all share the same bacteria and whatnot, right? And some of us can remember the B12. My AC and D was low. Wow. Yeah, that's good. That's good that you found that out. It's good that you found that out. Right. Life just gets much easier once you correct your deficiencies, brother. I'm glad to hear it, brother. Glad to hear it.
I have never tried it before.
My dish.
This dish they have here is one of the most traditional, not only in Bangladesh, but in the entire region of Pakistan. From Afghanistan,
Good, brother.
from
Right.
India, and
Like,
here
listen, when you're low and you just think that that's life. I eat everything, I drink everything. No. Yeah, once it's out, right? Jesus loved us so much, he died for crossing our sins. How you doing, Aiden, brother? Silver plates and cups. Right. That's why a lot of people use silverware. Absolutely. It's a little strange how this video has an English voiceover. Right. So my videos also, because I'm a YouTube partner, they auto translate. If you go to the gear and go to settings, and when you're watching the video, you can select from like a bunch of different languages and it auto translates it. Same thing. It's crazy. Tree works a breeze. Yeah, brother. Yeah. How are you, Kendra? Long time no see.
from the region. What you see here is called biryani, which is like mixed rice with a bunch of spices. And specifically, this is mutton biryani.
True on the silver,
which
same
is
copper
rice
electrolysis
mixed
on our
with
water.
meat.
Nice.
Goat.
How?
This is actually
it's
eaten
nice.
with a
It's
hand,
nice.
But I've touched so many things today that I can't risk taking a bite of this with my hand. So the rice smells very fresh, like it has.
You'll be
cardamom.
10 now.
Let's
Good.
see how it tastes.
Keep on growing.
Indeed, it has cardamom. It's very mushy rice. It doesn't have salt, but it's not sweet either. It's almost tasteless rice.
I
It
would
absorbs the
probably
flavor
be
of
the
all
one to fall in the
spices they
trap
add.
to eat it. Get
Watch
a
out
thing. I
what we
love
have
it.
here. This is called
No. So silver, copper doesn't have the same antibacterial, antimicrobial properties as silver. Like, a very interesting thing. If you have a silver like pipe and a copper pipe, you can put one under one armpit and one under the other. The silver one will keep your armpit from stinking because it kills the bacteria that causes the smell, and the copper one won't unless you let it sit for way longer and it starts to make that green color on your skin. Some churches of Christ churches communion with one silver cup. Everybody drinks from it, right? Yep, everybody does, and they wipe it, and then silver kills bacteria, copper electrolyzer. Right. If you use electrolysis through copper, right? But silver just has to be like water can just be in a silver pitcher. But if you just dump water into a copper pitcher, it has to have electrolysis pass through it. Yeah, we kill the bacteria.
Translation would be like a chicken poppy. They call it chicken lollipop.
Chicken
what
lollipop.
I see least here is
Man,
chicken.
I'd eat that,
It's a
boy.
large
I'd eat that little
pudding filled with vegetables and fried on a little chicken drumstick. Let's see. Indeed, the chicken is very deep inside, and this tastes like a fried dish that has a strong cauliflower flavor with onion and a bit spicy mixed with flour and all fried in
Today is our Independence Day in the
It's good,
Philippines.
really.
I
This
saw that
one-
you guys had a really big earthquake the other day. Is everybody okay? I remember we did it as a birthday, but changed over some small plastic cups.
Delicious. Ravioli naan. Well, they are inviting me to try a bread that they say is very classic here. I see it has. Okay.
The newspaper.
The plate is a newspaper. Thank you, my God, the hand of God with this. This is a bread that I see has. It has cucumber, it has carrot, it has tomato, and this on top. I'm not sure if it's cheese. Let's see if it's stuffed
Oh man,
with something.
busting out the scissors.
Okay,
Yeah, we are
of
okay.
course,
Okay,
it's cut
good.
with
Good to hear.
scissors.
Good to hear.
Look how crazy. Big cut with scissors to split it in half. To eat it more easily, they are telling me. It is a stuffed bread. Indeed, this here is chicken and vegetables. It is worth mentioning that this was made a long time ago.
Very
and it
generous
was
one
left out
slice.
here.
Yeah, right.
Therefore, it is a risky food. It is filled with a chicken with vegetables. Yes, indeed, chicken with vegetables, and it's a pretty fluffy bread. Let's see how the Ramadan non-ravioli is.
They say nobody. They said nobody ever got sick from drinking from
The bread
Silver Cup.
tastes like cucumber. How strange. I had never tried cucumber-flavored bread before.
Cucumber
Thankfully, this one
flavored
doesn't
bread,
have
yeah,
sugar,
yeah,
it kinda
and
has
it's
a chicken
definitely
juice
iffy.
taste. It's not a bread full of air, but it has its taste. Like it has its
Bro,
chicken
why do these
wasters.
food vloggers visit
This little
fiddle
piece of
bosses?
bread
I
that
just
two
started
people
these
here
places will have a
cost
bunch of
$1.50.
brother. They live on the edge, I guess. The final bosses. Tomorrow is festival. Good there, Kendra. Enjoy it. Have a good day. Have a good day at festival tomorrow.
This one
Have
here,
fun.
they tell me, is a cheese empanada. It seems more like an empanada de viento, but here you can find a cheese empanada in this part of the world.
I'm exhausted. My butt's ready for bed. Tomorrow is regular Friday.
The dough
for me.
practically has
Yeah.
no flavor,
Today is
and since it
Friday
has
for
so
me,
little
too.
cheese, I can't taste the cheese. I think this is the first time in my life that something tastes like nothing to me, practically. Just a little with the oil they fried it with.
Friday's awesome.
When the market finally ends, look at the dumpster left around here. And as I've told you in other videos, there are indeed dedicated people the government hires to collect trash. But it's impossible. They can't handle so much. The entire population needs to unite for the cause. Something I didn't expect to find on this side of the world.
Oh, nice.
Con leche, but here
Bro,
they call
just
it
on
rice
auto.
pudding.
I just saw an
How do
auto
they
more or
make
less
it?
8
What does it
people.
taste like? Let's find out now. It has a nice texture.
Packed
to be
into
honest.
it. Packed into
A
one
yellowish
vehicle.
color that we hope has a flavor from some special seasoning. Amazing.
Oh. I thought it was that soup.
My God, at least if it gives me diarrhea, I will welcome it with happiness.
Welcome with happiness.
It's really delicious. Unlike the one we know, some ingredient makes it yellow, and the texture is almost gelatinous. But I
Probably, yeah.
imagine that depends
I
more
thought- I
on
thought
the
that
person
was- I
who
thought
makes
that
it.
was,
It's
I thought that
practically
was
the
frozen
same,
ice,
with
like,
the same
Italian
notes,
ice.
the same sweetness.
Sorbet.
Spectacular.
Bro.
What a blessing to find this here.
Swing a sweet flavor. Yeah, I thought it was sweet. I thought that was going to be like sorbet, like ice cream type like.
All right, my friends. So
refilling
this
the
is
bottle.
where it finally ends.
All right,
Today's
let's go.
video.
All
Let
right,
us know
all
what you
right.
thought about
All right,
everything
we're
we
gonna go to bed.
experienced.
All right, I bet some of it tastes good. But right. I'd like to give it a try. I'd like to give it a try. Absolutely. All right, everybody. It's 12:15 in the morning. I'm gonna go to bed. I love you all. You all have a good night, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Sorry, we have to prepare for a birthday party. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Kendra. I'm gonna go to sleep also. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.